guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the Netflix $72 billion plan to buy Warner Brothers Discovery could be a problem because of its already massive market share.
And when they have Warner Brothers, that share goes up a lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell. And I'll be involved in that decision too.
The streaming giant's deal, which was announced last week, will need federal approval, though Trump has not indicated whether or not he supports it. Democrats in Congress will get the vote they were promised on the Affordable Care Act tax credits later this week.
Tax credits were the key issue that led to the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, which ended after Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune promised Democrats would get a vote on the issue. Since then, Republicans admit they've been struggling to craft legislation that would get enough votes to fix the core issue of rising medical costs. A vote in the Senate's expected on Thursday. It's unlikely a proposal from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer will get enough Republican support, but it will force an uncomfortable vote for the senators. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
At least 25 people are dead following a fire that ripped through a nightclub in India's Goa state on Saturday.
A majority of the dead were nightclub employees, as well as 4 tourists. The blaze is suspected to have started after a cylinder exploded in the kitchen area of the facility. 4 managers of the nightclub were arrested. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump unveiled a $12 billion farm aid package today, funded by tariff revenue from China. Most of the support targets row crop farmers, especially soybean growers, hardest hit by Beijing's trade restrictions. The White House says the plan is a temporary bridge to help family farms while new markets develop. Wall Street closed lower.
At the close today, the Dow lost 215 points, the S&P 500 dropped 24 points, and the Nasdaq lost 32 points. I'm Liz Warner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. John Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The number of people who have reported abusive force really raises concerns about how widespread this practice is.
Civil rights groups are pushing to close the Fort Bliss Immigrant Detention Center in El Paso, citing a pattern of violence and poor conditions. Attorney Savannah Kumar.
It's really quite horrifying what people who are detained there are being put through.
The ACLU called the tent facility a humanitarian disaster, while Congresswoman Veronica Escobar recently reported detainees were given foul water and spoiled food. A California teacher has been suspended for calling Charlie Kirk a propaganda-spewing racist misogynist, and now she's suing the Los Angeles area school district, claiming they violated her free speech rights. Rachel McKagan says the board amplified her deleted post. Exposing her to threats, she seeks damages while returning to the classroom. If you're planning on catching an airplane, TSA says you can still have a good time at the airport.
The TSA says there's no ban on booze in your carry-on luggage, as long as you follow the standard TSA liquids rule. That's a maximum of 3.4 ounces, and the containers must fit inside a single transparent quart-size zip-top bag. Once you've passed through security, you can go ahead and open, as long as you're not on an airplane. FAA requirements say onboard alcohol must be dispensed by aircraft personnel. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
world. Alrighty then, thank you so much, Josh Malloy. Enjoy your Christmas break. Josh wrapped things up. I think they did a show in, was it Milwaukee and Chicago over the weekend. Now it's time to spend some time at home with the family through Christmas and the New Year. They'll be back out on the road in the new year. So here we go. Welcome aboard once again as we close out a Monday. Ready to get the week started. Many drivers hitting the road for the first time here on a Monday night. So time zone to time zone, we will turn the page on the calendar. 9th day of December, Tuesday. A cold night outside the secret bunker. Skies pretty much clear. 20 degrees at this hour. Yeah, we're going to be seeing those teens through the overnight hours tonight. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios here. All right, Old Man Winter dropping some snow in the form of, well, Alberta clippers. We're going to be looking at a series of fast-moving systems through the week ahead. Tonight, indeed, we see the snow falling from right about International Falls down into Duluth, extending all the way down into north-central Illinois. Probably going to see a few flakes in the Chicago area overnight and into that morning rush. We'll start there with our travelers' weather. Again, a series of Alberta clippers going to race southeastward out of central Canada into the Great Plains, Midwest, portions of the Northeast. Bringing snow along the way. The first clipper makes its way out of southwestern Canada into the northern parts of the plains here on Tuesday. It reaches the Great Lakes by Tuesday night. Snow on the northern side of the storm. Near and south of the center, we could see a mixed bag. A little rain, little snow, maybe some ice occurring. Be aware of slippery travel conditions on both sides of the storm. By Wednesday, that storm races to the east, bringing some rain and snow across much of the Northeast. Meanwhile, it's going to be all snow from Michigan to southeastern Ontario, southern Quebec, northern New England. In that zone, northern side of the storm, 3 to 6 inches of accumulation expected from North Dakota all the way to northern New York and Vermont. Smaller areas will see a more 6 to 12 inches across portions of Wisconsin, Michigan, and southern Ontario. AccuWeather said we could see some totals approaching 15 inches maybe in that zone. It's all going to depend on the exact track of the storm. If the storm moves directly over Chicago, a place like Detroit could end up on the upper end of that forecast of maybe 1 or 2 inches. A further northerly track would bring some warmer air to Minneapolis, Detroit, Buffalo. Snow struggling to accumulate in that case. Along with the snow, winds will be a concern, raising the risk of blowing snow, power outages. Winds strong enough to bring down some trees, blow around any unsecured objects. A large area will be looking at 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds stretching from Montana and Wyoming to western Wisconsin and Illinois. Gusts as high as 70 miles per hour in some of the higher elevations there in Montana and Wyoming. As the storm tracks further east come midweek Wednesday, winds as high as 50 miles per hour, spreading further east much of the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. That parade of clippers then continues late this week and into next weekend. More rounds of accumulating snow from the plains to the Northeast. The jet stream will be dipping a bit further south with each progressing system. So those additional clippers are going to bring some snow further south than this first system here on Tuesday. Of course, each clipper brings in another shot of reinforcing chilly air to the Midwest and the Northeast. By Friday night, temperatures will again be near or sub-zero across the Midwest. High temperatures come Saturday in cities like Chicago, Minneapolis, Madison, Wisconsin. You may have actual air temperatures only in the single digits for daytime highs. Very cold air for the weekend. With fresh cold air in place by the weekend, Another clipper storm that rolls through may actually bring a better chance of accumulating snow in some of the coastal areas along the mid-Atlantic and New England. It's going to be a busy pattern. Virginia was kind of under the gun this past day with the bulk of the snowfall there. The winter storm warnings expired here at the midnight hour. Your winter weather advisories continue there. In portions of Virginia, let me kind of update here. It's more like the northern portions of North Carolina, south central and southeastern portions of Virginia. Those winter weather advisories still in place till like 9 o'clock in the morning here Tuesday due to the snow that had fallen this past day. Slippery road conditions continue to be a concern through the overnight hours tonight. But we were talking about the winds. High wind warnings stretching most of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, western Nebraska. Winter storm watches in place for southeastern portions of South Dakota, much of northern Iowa, southern portions of Minnesota, as these additional clippers are going to be rolling through that region. Good to have you on board. Hope your week's off to a good start. Our number, 844-844-3388. Philly Dan on board, out of the box. Good morning. Throw another log on the fire tonight. I don't think my freezer gets this cold, as a matter of fact. It's colder outside than it is in his freezer. That's probably true. Jeffrey checks in from Southern Florida there. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Marianne says hello to all the listening friends. Shorty gets the week started. I-26, Orangeburg, South Carolina, with 40 degrees. We start with Orlando, turnaround number 1, not the way we wanted to start our week. First, the warehouse gets us out 2.5 hours late. Get a couple of hours of driving in, and then we've got high-voltage power lines across the roadway. Now another hour and a half wait. Of course, then Bambi has snow in West Virginia, and Virginia, we're running really late tonight. Not the way to start your week, huh? Hello to Ken from Canada. Good to have you on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy, the midnight hour. 20 degrees in the far side of southwest Ohio, and it feels every bit of it. Stay warm, stay safe. I gotta go. Hammer down. Duty calls, as they say. Michael, what's going on, people? Welcome aboard. Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. Starlit skies, 37 degrees here on the corner in Winslow, Arizona. But the only sights I see is high fuel prices. Gotta have some to get me down the road, though. Headed on down to Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Yeah, the prices... Fuel prices are actually down, national average, down under the $3 per gallon mark. We'll break down some of the cheaper prices. Obviously, you get out west, especially when you roll into California. It's always that sticker shock at the moniker there in the fuel stations. Hello, Jerry. Good morning, everyone, from Sarah Spencer and I, Kokomo, Indiana. It's cold. It is snow-covered. I wasn't too clear on my post last night. I was a bit tired, but TMC Trucking lost a family member, and the racing world lost a great driver, and lost a good friend. Big thanks to everyone on the overnight crew for sharing the journey with us all. And thanks to Hot Shot Secret for supporting the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. As we all know, nothing is promised. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Well, I turned 66 here a matter of minutes ago. I'm going to get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a glass of milk to celebrate. Happy birthday, Jerry. Another year wiser, right? Be safe and enjoy the evening. Love you all. All right. Happy birthday, Jerry. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down. 26 degrees, Platkill, New York, as we roll towards Schenectady tonight. John Rigsby, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Everybody truck safe, clear skies. It's cold in Indianapolis, 21 degrees at this hour. How about Crazy Ray in West Michigan? Check it in for the best 5 hours on the radio at 17 degrees this hour. Burr. Would you like to trade that out? Yeah, we got one of our friends checking in from Eustis, Florida. 53 degrees at this hour. It sounds a lot nicer. What do you say? Michael, hello, Crazy Ray. Cheers, coffee tonight. I'm taking the night off drinking. JR, good morning, Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in to the best trucking show on the air. God bless the American truck drivers out there. A couple more checking in. Captain Shaky, morning, Overnight family. Dropping my last of gas and diesel for the night here in Columbus, Indiana, with 24 degrees, clear skies. Be safe out there tonight, all the drivers. Who else we got? Terry is on board. For your information, soy-based wiring harnesses use plant-based insulation, making them eco-friendly, but unfortunately, they're attractive to rodents, mice, rats, squirrels, and that's why they chew on them for food. And yes, as our friend with the big tipper can attest, very costly damages. Cost him, what, $5,000? Yeah, for the damage from the mice there a couple weeks ago. All right, 844-3388. We'll get to Cap and Ron, Buckeye Boy, two-time world champion bull hauler, and others coming up here as we kick off a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, football fans out there. Michael said it was one heck of a game tonight. Eagles versus Chargers. Just tied at 19 at the end of regulation. Game goes into overtime. LA comes out on top, 22-19, the final score there. So, Chargers moved to, I believe it's 9-4 on the season. Is that correct? Yeah, 9-4. Eagles now at 8-5. That was two good teams. Very tight game. Cap and Ron in the house. Semper Fi shout out to the Knucklebuster and the Donut Man. Hello to Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia. 37 degrees tonight. Did that local today. Went over to help the stepson on the new home for a few hours. Had a good time. Yeah, learned some interesting things about electrical. Never too old to learn, right? All right, we're going to load Thursday for a Houston run and maybe a 2 delivery stop. Headed to San Antone to do a local move. Then we'll pick up coming back. I'll load on the 19th, headed for Orlando for a delivery on the 22nd. That'll be it for 2025. I'll take the rest of the year off. All right, enjoy the holidays. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And there is Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 27 degrees in Catawba, Kentucky. Finally, got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded with 77 snow-covered Commonwealth steer, rolling west at a high rate of speed for the Cowboy State. It's too cold for those plastic trucks that run on timers. So we've got an open road. It's an epic night for strolling the boulevard. How about a special bluegrass shout-out to Ken from Canada? Thank you much. All right. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. It's almost like a deja vu. Here we go again. Going back to the paper logs for some drivers out there. Yes, here, 3 more electronic logging devices being removed from the list by the FMCSA this past day. FMC is adding the following ELDs. Let's see, Pioneer Safety Solutions, LLC. It is known as PSS ELD, revoked. The next was Black Bear ELD. That's the name of the device, Black Bear ELD. And lastly, what do you have? Rolling Trans, otherwise known as RT ELD Plus, Accurate Elite. Good name, not approved. If the ELD is not meeting federal requirements, it's taken out of the plan. Plain and simple. We'll keep making clear, fair decisions that put safety first and support everyone who shares the roadways, according to Derek Bars, administrator of the FMCSA. Anyone using the previous mentioned devices, number 1, discontinue using the device. Revert to paper logs or logging software to record your hours of service data. Replace the revoked ELD with a compliant ELD from the registered devices list before February 7 of 26. Starting on that date, drivers using one of the revoked ELDs will be cited for no record of duty status and placed out of service, as always, by law enforcement personnel. The list continues to grow every time you turn around, right? Around the country, good to have you with us. 844-844-3388. Scrapyard kicks things off tonight. What do you say, Scrapyard?
Oh, just out here freezing my carcass off. Happy birthday, Gary. And who was having the electrical issues due to mice?
That was Norm. Norm from Oklahoma, the guy that has the big tipper. He had actually taken his newer vehicle on vacation to Colorado with his kids. And I think the first night or two there, the mice got into the wiring harness and chewed everything up.
Oh, mercy sakes. Well, part of the problem, it's not just the insulation of the wiring itself. These modern vehicles are constantly pumping electricity, doing computer checks, full system checks. And that low voltage creates a signal, and rodents, it just drives them just absolutely crazy. And they'll get in there and chew on it. And recommendation, if you're going to say be leaving a vehicle like at home and you're not going to use it for a while, disconnect the battery, especially on a modern vehicle. It helps to alleviate that them homing in on it and destroying your wiring. And there's also there's an over-the-counter bittering agent that a repellent, and it just you just take it on a rag and wipe it on to your wiring harness. I forgot what company. It's a big name company, and a friend of mine from years ago was using it on his race vehicles because they set up for a while, and when the season's over, so he was using it, but that could provide some protection if you can find a proper repellent agent to. You just put it on a rag and all that, and you just wipe it on your wiring harness, and it usually keeps them at bay. And Miss Patty's truck is still down. That 2003 GMC Sierra. I fired the parts cannon at it till I'm absolutely broke, and don't get paid till Friday. And getting on just a whole slew of codes, and don't know if it's the foot pedal controller or the throttle body. So having to wait till payday and begging and pleading with family and friends and all that for any kind of help, trying to get this resolved. Especially my little old car and all of that, it's about to lay down too. But it is what it is.
Automobiles love to give us headaches, don't they? And the same with your big trucks, of course. Hey, we got to pause there, so if you'd like to dial us up, it's 844-844-3388. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is awarding $10,000 bonuses to TSA officers recognized for outstanding work during the federal government shutdown.
It's for individuals who continued to show up, fulfilled their shifts, but also did other things to help through the shutdown that helped the entire team to be successful.
While visiting Tampa International Airport, she praised officers who helped screen over 3 million passengers, saying more awards could still be coming. President Trump says NVIDIA can sell older H200 AI chips to approved buyers in China while cutting off its latest Blackwell chips. The deal could boost American chip makers, jobs, and markets amid easing U.S.-China tensions. Wall Street closed lower.
At the close today, the Dow lost 215 points, the S&P 500 dropped 24 points, and the NASDAQ lost 32 points. I'm Liz Warner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Plenty of other industry headlines we'll get to as we roll into the new day. Of course, we had the headline for our Monday morning program of an impending package to assist farmers. Details unveiled on Monday. A $12 billion farm aid package to a boost to farmers who've been struggling to sell their crops, getting hit by the rising cost. Some of that caused by the tariffs on China. Unveiling the plan this past afternoon at a White House roundtable with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, other lawmakers and farmers who raise cattle, grow corn, cotton, sorghum, soybeans, and others. President said $12 billion, it's a lot of money. The additional aid will help provide certainty for the farmers. The money, he says, is coming from the tariff revenue. Rollins said in her own remarks that $11 billion is being announced on Monday. Another $1 billion being held back for specialty crops. Farmers have backed President Trump politically, but the trade policies and the shift in the tariff rates have come under increasing scrutiny as of late. The impact on the agricultural sector. This is the latest effort to defend the president's economic stewardship and answer some of the voter angst about rising cost. Upwards of $11 billion set aside for the Department of Agriculture's Farmer Bridge Assistance Program, which they explain will offer one-time payments to farmers for row crops. Soybeans and sorghum were hit the hardest by the trade dispute with China because more than half of those crops are exported each year, most of that harvest going to China. This is to help farmers who have suffered from trade wars with other nations, inflation, other market disruptions. The rest of the money will be for farmers who grow crops not covered under the Bridge Assistance Program. According to the White House official who was granted anonymity ahead of the formal announcement to kind of detail the new plan. Of course, in October, the president met the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. They said Beijing had promised to buy at least 12 million metric tons of U.S. soybeans by the end of this year, plus 25 million metric tons per year in each of the next 3 years. Soybean farmers, of course, had been hit hardest by the trade war with China, the world's largest buyer of soybeans. Now, China has purchased more than 2.8 million metric tons of soybean since that announcement of the agreement at the end of October. That's only about a quarter of what the officials said China had promised. But the Treasury Secretary has said China is on track to meet their goal by the end of February now, rather than by the end of the calendar year. These prices haven't come in because the Chinese actually used our soybean farmers as pawns in the trade negotiations. Explaining why the bridge payment to farmers was actually necessary. The size of the aid package, $12 billion, is roughly the value of total U.S. soybean exports to China last year, and half the total exports of U.S. farm goods to China in 2024. Farmers appreciate the aid package, they say, but some of them say it's likely only a down payment on what's going to be needed. Government aid doesn't solve the fundamental problems they're facing of soaring cost and uncertain markets for their crops. I knew Vic would be keen on discussing that, and there he is. We'll head over to the Hoosier State. What's happening, Vic?
Well, I watched that roundtable, and I wasn't too impressed with it. Have you ever heard that story? Teach a man to fish, and he'll eat for the rest of his life. You give him a fish, he'll eat for a day.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of the way I was looking at that, because they were talking about the rice farmers. We lost Iraq's rice business out of Stuttgart, Arkansas, because Saddam Hussein or Iraq, they liked that rice, and they bought a lot of that, and somewhere along the line, we decided we would sanction Iraq. I don't know if it was after the war or exactly when it was, and I don't believe they've ever tried to replace that. And the rice hulls, I don't know what they put in those rice hulls, but I used to have to haul those rice hulls up to a foundry somewhere up in Illinois. But man, that was a heavy daggone load. So that was one thing. And the other thing is they come up with this deal. I forgot what they call it. Anyway, farmers have to pay a tax on each item that they sell, and then that in turn supports the National Corn Growers Association, American Soybean Association, and all of these others. And I really don't know what they do, because they were just mentioning there about that wiring, that they decided they would use soybean oil and use that to make some type of I guess you call it the insulation or whatever. And they found out right quick that roads like that soybean oil, whether it was kind of in a insulation or whatever it was. And I don't know why they're still working on that. They should have, the American Soybean Association or the Economic Research Service or the USDA, they can get something that's rodenticide that uses phosphotoxin. They make it in a liquid thing now that you can buy in most of these various farm stores and everything. You don't even have to have a pesticide applicator's license anymore to buy it. I don't know why they couldn't basically incorporate that into it. And, it's just one thing. I don't want to bore your audience because you lose your audience early on, but it doesn't seem like that they're really solving anything other than one thing that I did like that Trump said. He said, I buy a lot of material, a lot of equipment, and we're going to see if these equipment manufacturers can't do away with all these different sensors and everything else that they have on there, because that's making the equipment way too expensive and too hard to operate, and you can't really fix them. He said you couldn't fix them yourself, but I think what he meant you're now allowed to fix it yourself, and they have to give you the information if you have the technical knowledge to do it. But I have this 5 or 6 years ago that a farmer that I knew, he bought a brand new Errant Case IH tractor. I don't know if he ever got that thing started because he couldn't get it started. I guess it was kind of a problem to do it. And one of the guys that he also knew, he worked for the Case IH dealer, and he showed him several different times what to do. So I don't know. He's probably quit farming and probably just sold it. But when you go to buy the farm equipment, they have that tier 1, tier 2 stuff, and that the tier 1, although it's older, here a few years back was bringing more of the brand new tier 2 stuff because the new stuff was going complicated and aggravating to work. And the other thing too, you were talking about all this different biofuels that they make. The ethanol was supposed to went to the cellulosic ethanol, which would provide more income. So, long story short, I think if we really put our head to it, we wouldn't be worrying about China. China would be worrying about where they're going to get their soybeans. And I thought they said that China's already pushed their purchases back to February rather than by the end of this year. But I could have been wrong on that.
I think that's so. They confirmed that. They did confirm that this past day. Yeah, according to the Treasury Secretary, that they're going to, I guess, live up to their claim of what they're going to buy by the end of February. He did say that.
Yeah, I've been putting a trick back so many times by China. I mean, you can't trust a word they say. You know, that's just all I can say. They will come up with some excuse why they can't come across. They didn't even come across with all the purchases they told Trump they were going to do the first time around. But here in this country, we have a lot of knowledge and a lot of ability, but we refuse to use it. And then the different, like corn producers, wheat producers, grain sorghum producers, they kind of war one with the other because grain sorghum would be a lot better used for ethanol. And the reason that the cellulosic ethanol hasn't taken off, they keep wanting to use chemicals to break the bond in the lignin. And then after they use the chemicals, then they have to turn around and neutralize the chemicals to distill it into ethanol rather than just use. They could just use a crusher and mechanically break up lignin. That's what causes all the stalks and everything else. And I don't know if you're familiar with that in the trees and all of that. And so long story short, we have plenty of stuff to make biofuels with that could actually lower the cost of gasoline and the different additives that they need to put into it so it doesn't mess up the various cars and everything else, and even like the little engines that don't have filters on them and stuff to where they can get that water out of the oil and stuff, because I don't care what you do, that ethanol is going to get past the rings and going to get in the oil pan. So you have to have a filter that can get that out. So
in other words, you end up doing,
I just don't think
in some cases you end up doing more harm than good, right? With the whole cellulosic stuff. All right. Thank you for the breakdown, Vic. Appreciate you being with us as we get the new week underway. Hello to John Ferguson. What you got going on here? He said, here's a wild idea when it comes to these ELDs. How about all ELDs cannot be run off a cell phone or an iPad? Omnitrax style only. Yeah, many of these, there's well over 1,000 different ELDs that are all these self-certified. And in many cases, when they put them on the disabled list, they'll come back kind of like a chameleon trucking company, using the same equipment, the same software under a new name, and start selling it again. 844-844-3388. But he did say, let's see, Auburn, Massachusetts tomorrow. Then we head to Augusta, Maine. All right. I may actually call in later if I can practice my radio voice a bit first. All right. We'll look forward to that. Two-time world champion bull hauler. Steve, when you mentioned the Chargers, you forgot to mention those Denver Broncos are 11-2. Signed Sean and Bo. Okay, Broncos. Good season, right? Postseason definitely coming their way. And we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
All right, for the Sky Watchers out there, nothing happening yet. But the window is open. What they say, anytime from like 10 o'clock Eastern till like maybe 7 a.m. This predicted strong geomagnetic storm. The latest we had last evening, they said most likely arrival time somewhere between like 1 and 4 a.m. Eastern. So you're keeping an eye on space weather. The latest from NOAA still forecasting a strong G3 class geomagnetic storm when that arrival takes place. All right, we could see the aurora borealis maybe onto the mid-latitudes here in the lower 48. And I just pulled up space weather, everything. Again, at the moment, all is quiet. That could change at any time. All right, meanwhile, we'll take a look out west where the atmospheric river really bringing some flooding rains to parts of the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, some of the heaviest rains, as I see at the radar right now, from Salem, Oregon to Seattle. Yeah, torrential downpour storms lining up over the Pacific Northwest. Increasing moisture, inducing multiple forms of flooding from urban areas to small streams, some of the rivers in Washington in the coming days. Concentrated heavy rain coming in right through Wednesday. The first 2 storms of this week begin moving inland first early here Tuesday, with the second due just hours later Tuesday night to Wednesday. Now, they tell us streams and river levels are already running high from weeks of storms. that are going to surge to major flood stages multiple times here in the first half of this week. Some of the low-lying roads along the streams and rivers may be blocked by high water levels. In some cases, the flooding and mudslide risk may be extreme enough to prompt some evacuations. Motorists could experience hazardous travel conditions due to the rounds of heavy rain, blowing spray, ponding. Conditions may deteriorate at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. We could see some delays there. A large zone in the Pacific Northwest, Portland, Oregon, forecast to receive 4 to 8 inches from now and Wednesday night. In that zone, there could be pockets of 8 to 12 inches of rain, mainly along the western-facing slopes of the coastal ranges and the Cascades in Washington and northern Oregon. That's incredible rains. December is typically a wet month in the Pacific Northwest, but rainfall during the stormy conditions and in the weeks ahead may bring twice the normal monthly rainfall in some cases. Seattle typically averages about 5.72 inches of rain. Astoria, Oregon averages a little over 10.5 inches. Nearly every small stream and short-run river in areas of Washington and Oregon are going to experience at least minor to moderate flooding. Some of the rivers in western Washington will be seeing major flooding. All right, in the higher elevations where many feet of snowfall and the temperatures fluctuate, avalanche risk will continue to increase. Fortunately for motorists headed over the passes, the freezing levels should generally remain high enough so that most of the storms this week will bring rain rather than snow. They've actually got some of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft from the Air Force Reserve's 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron shifting their focus during the off-season here for the tropics to kind of investigate the atmospheric rivers. Aircraft are scheduled to investigate the storms this week, according to the latest NOAA schedule. A bit of a break or northward shift of the sequence of storm forecast to occur during the latter portion of this week. Storm track's going to be shifting further south once again as the storms will grow larger in size and bring the return of heavy rain and high country snow this weekend into the next week of December. Very busy pattern in the Pacific Northwest. All right, Indianapolis. Hey, we're going to be heading that way. Hot Shot Secret, that is. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Kyle's already arrived there. The performance, PRI, the big show, begins this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday there in Indianapolis. And I came across a post there. Kyle had shared some of the folks that work with Hot Shot Secret. Of course, all the diesel racing fanatics, that's what it's all about. Everything I do believe you have to be a member of PRI to attend the show there. But a post from S&S Diesel Motorsports said when it comes to the performance racing industry show, the PRI, having a booth and a customer's car on display, that's already awesome. But this year, they said, we're going to take it to another level. Not only is the S&S Diesel Motorsports booth locked and loaded, we actually have 8 additional customer vehicles that are being showcased throughout the PRI, plus multiple S&S products featured in the product showcase. Our customers, they say, are the real deal. Proud to see their hard work and dedication pay off. Proud to have them all being part of the family here. So they break down where some of the other vehicles are going to be located. Of course, one of which, or I think 2 actually, will be at the Hot Shot Secret booth. Hot Shot Secret booth number 3701. They'll have Nathan Wheeler's crazy no-prep drag truck. That vehicle actually runs S&S Motorsports ordnance injectors, high-speed CP3s, and the Motec systems with their firmware. That'll be the Green Hull. Vehicle number 11, Tyler Brady's diesel-powered Nova that also runs their ordnance injectors there. Again, at the Hot Shot Secret booth, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Stop by and say hello if you make it into the big PRI show this weekend.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is rolling out a $12 billion farm aid package to support U.S. growers, especially soybean farmers, hit by China's trade shift.
This relief will provide much needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops, and it'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices for American families.
The White House says the funds are meant to keep family farms afloat while new markets open up, emphasizing affordability as a top priority. President Trump took aim at a Texas Democrat he recently pardoned. In a post on Truth Social, Trump criticized Congressman Henry Cuellar for opting to run as a Democrat in 2026, calling it a lack of loyalty.
The president pardoned Cuellar after he and his wife were indicted on federal bribery and money laundering charges last year. Trump said in a separate post, the case against the congressman was one of the clearest examples of the Biden administration weaponizing the justice system against their political opponents. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former al-Qaeda commander turned president of Syria, Ahmed al-Sharaa, is presenting himself as a pro-market reformer and a U.S. partner after toppling Assad. But his transitional government remains tightly controlled, minorities face reprisals, and clashes with Israel continue. The U.S. is lifting sanctions and boosting troop presence, betting Sharaa's fragile regime can't avoid sliding back into authoritarianism. San Diego is celebrating the USS Nimitz as the aircraft carrier completes its final deployment after 50 years of service.
The Navy's oldest active aircraft carrier spent 9 months patrolling the Indo-Pacific and Middle East, including a tense stint in the Arabian Sea. It's in San Diego before heading home to Bremerton, Washington on December 16th. After this homecoming, the Nimitz will begin a years-long decommissioning process in Norfolk next spring, marking the end of an era for a ship that's been part of everything from the Iran hostage crisis to Operation Iraqi Freedom. I'm John Fink.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside,
it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
We got to replug this oil so the oil stops leaking and the methane stops coming up through the ground.
Crews in Newport Beach, California are racing to fix a leaking 1920s era oil well that's in a neighborhood of multi-million-dollar homes. Utilities Director Mark McCoyovic says they brought in some special equipment.
Drilling down and intercepting it and then replugging the oil zone.
Work on the Balboa Peninsula involves digging and drilling around the clock with bright lights and noise expected for days. The state is covering the repair costs. A Portland jury acquitted a man who admitted to stabbing another commuter after video surfaced showing the victim using a racial slur. This decision has sparked debate over the role of evidence, free speech, and how courts weigh context in violent incidents, highlighting tensions in the justice system. There's a spike in flu cases in the tri-state area, triggering multiple hospitals to reinstate mask mandates.
The New York State Department of Health has labeled the flu prevalent, confirming more than 14,000 cases the week ending November 29th, an 80% spike from the week prior. Hospitalizations are up 93%. Meanwhile, New Jersey reported more than 2,000 cases through the end of November, close to 4 times the number at the same time last year. And numbers are likely up even more since not everyone is getting tested. Facilities like Hackensack Meridian Health and RWJ Barnabas Health are asking visitors to mask up. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Get a new day underway from time zone to time zone as we roll into the 9th day of December. Taco Tuesday, shall we call it? Of course, Knucklebuster likes to call it a totally terrific Tuesday. If you pay attention to news headlines, social media, but we've seen a lot of activity in recent days. Several major earthquakes. I believe was it a 7.0, 7.1, right there along the Alaska-Canada border. I think that was on Sunday. Japan, a 7.6 earthquake this past day. And then, hundreds of quakes all along or around what they refer to as the Ring of Fire. I'm looking at one of the updates. It says something big is moving under us. Of course, the Earth is, they call it a living, breathing planet, constantly changing. But we're getting signals, and a lot is happening at the same time. At the past 72 hours, a chain of volcanic systems across Hawaii, Russia, Indonesia, New Guinea, South America, Central America, all showing elevated or, in some cases, explosive activity. I know the Kilauea, big-time eruptions. From ash columns blasted into the sky, continuous lava flows. The ring of fire is lighting up. As I mentioned, the Kilauea, active or intensifying. Numerous other volcanoes along the ring of fire. Now, the interesting part, raising some eyebrows. Alaska recording some 228 plus earthquakes in 48 hours time. Again, one of those a 7-point-something. The swarm is directly on the same tectonic belt that connects these erupting volcanoes. In other words, when you see both deep magma movement and shallow fault movement happening in the same time frame, it usually means the plates underneath us are shifting more than usual. No, this does not guarantee a large quake. But yes, this kind of global pattern, scientists watch extremely closely. And why does it matter? Volcanoes release pressure from below. Earthquakes release pressure from above. When both activate together across the same ring, it means the entire system is under a lot of stress. The next 48 to 72 hours will tell us, is this a temporary release? Is it a building global pressure wave? Or the setup maybe for a larger event in one of these regions around the world? Very interesting. Yes, indeed, the planet is a living, breathing planet. All right. Meanwhile, gas prices, let me give you the latest here. Average price for a gallon, I did mention last hour, back under $3 a gallon nationwide, according to the update from Gas Buddy. According to this past day's update, gas prices fell 5 cents over the last week, now at $2.90 per gallon. The national average down 17.5 cents from a month ago, 7.3 cents lower than a year ago. The average price of diesel has fallen 5.1 cents over the past week, now stands at $3.67 per gallon. Noting that they had gleaned the data from 12 million individual price reports covering over 150,000 gas stations around the country. The Patrick DeHaan, head of petroleum analyst at Gas Buddy, said as a result, the U.S. right now is at a multi-years low as we head into the Christmas holidays. Prices will stay low through the beginning of the new year. An update this past day from AAA, also reflecting the reality of an average under $3, according to their data. National gas averages around $2.95. For a greater perspective, a week ago the average is just over $3. States across the South and the Midwest seeing prices even lower. In Oklahoma, for instance, the average gas price ringing at about $2.36. Texas average sitting at about $2.50 per gallon. Missouri at $2.60. Other states, Florida, Alabama, Michigan, Ohio, numerous others, all seeing averages under $3 right now. Now, some of the highest prices are your typical coastal leftist areas. California, for instance, averaging $4.46 per gallon. $1.57 higher than the national average. Others, like New York, Washington, Hawaii, Nevada, all have averages above $3 per gallon as well. About 12 past the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. See what Eagle has going on here as we get a new day underway. What's happening, Eagle? Hello, Eagle. Eagle. Uh-oh. Now he dozed off. He wasn't there like that long. Doesn't take him long to fall asleep, does it? All right, quickly, let me get to the latest recall we can share with you. Thousands of international trucks being recalled after a transmission issue related to the parking brake was discovered. A separate, smaller recall deals with the widespread Bendix ECU recall. According to the documents from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, more than 11,000 model year 2023 to 26 international LT and RH trucks are being recalled. In the affected trucks, the auto neutral function may know that the parking brake has been applied. Consequently, the transmission may not shift into neutral. Someone, who was it? Was that drummer girl that had something that seemed to be just like that here? Yeah, last night, wasn't it? Now, potentially, if the transmission remains in gear, the truck may move unexpectedly. As a result, there's an increased risk of a crash. Authorized dealers will replace the quick release valve on the rear axle at no charge. Let's see, the ECU recall, that's another recall affecting some 700 international trucks. Specifically, what do we have? The 2016 to 23 model year Lone Stars, 2018 to 23 LT models, 21 to 26 MV models, and there's several others on the list here. These international trucks may have a Bendix ECU that incorrectly processes commands due to electrical noise and a low signal to the power line carrier. In some cases, the ECU may actually stop working altogether. Yes, safety systems that depend on the ECU then may stop working. That would include automatic traction control, anti-lock braking systems, electronic stability control, active cruise control, and collision mitigation systems. Yeah, that recall actually stems from a very large recall by Bendix last year. That was nearly 500,000 trucks recalled because of that Bendix ECU defect. The recall population has then since increased to more than 744,000 trucks from many of the largest manufacturers out there. A lot of trucks. All right, 844-844-3388. Well, what do you say, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I don't know. Today's Tuesday, right? No, yesterday was Monday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Totally terrific Tuesday.
I don't know. I've been out here every day. Every day I've worked, and I don't know for how long now. So, anyway. But did I just hear you talk about the Ring of Fire there? Is that what you were talking about?
Indeed. Yes, sir.
Take away my show prep. Throw that 2 hours of show prep away.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Were you going to talk about that?
I was going to. Yeah. I was going to say something about the earthquake in Japan, and then I saw something come up, and I was going to ask you if it was current or not, because when you see something on Facebook, you don't know if it's from yesterday or from 8 years ago, and I saw something about a volcano there in Hawaii, and saying, well, they got to be kind of close together. So, anyways, so did they end up with a tsunami out there in Japan, or did they have to issue? I imagine anytime there's any earthquake, they issue a tsunami warning there. But did they end up with anyone out there, or not with this one?
I know that there were some watches, or I don't know if it was warnings or watches posted. I don't know if they actually came to fruition. I haven't seen anything on that.
Okay. Yeah, because I know they said something on the news there. What was it? Was it 2011? They had 9-something one there that they had the big tsunami and 20,000 people were killed, and of course they had the nuclear reactor there get involved and everything, and I think it was 2011 that they said that happened. It's hard to believe it's been that long ago, Your Honor.
Yeah.
How does all this stuff go by, and it's all of a sudden spent 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and geez, anyway. But yeah, so I guess we really didn't end up with any of the heavy weather there. You heard you talk a little bit in the beginning of the show there, telling everybody about northern North Carolina, and of course, if our old friend Elvis there in South North Carolina there, he would have had the snowblower out there, I think.
Right.
And but anyways, so yeah, our good friends down there, northern North Carolina and southern Virginia, and I guess all the way over to the coast, they had a decent share of snow down there. So, but yeah, we didn't have that, but we definitely got the cold moving in, and they're talking the Baltimore weather there. I guess that's measured at the airport, supposed to be down to 19, and outlying areas there are going to be down into the middle to low teens, or possibly, get this, Ira, possibly single digits.
Burn.
What? It's only the 9th of December. Who left the barn door open up there in the Great White North, eh?
Yep.
But anyways, and I guess the other thing they said, and this is kind of hard to believe, they said that Chicago has now had 17 inches of snow, which matched all of what it had last year. You got any confirmation on that report, or are these weather people that are on the national news, they're just making up stories? Because I don't know, apparently they didn't have enough to talk about with Donald Trump or something. But I can't imagine that Chicago only had 17 inches of snow unless they meant that was what they had for the whole month of December last year. I don't know. Maybe that's what it was. Can't tell you I caught the whole story correctly, but that's about all we got there. I don't know. Other than that, things are kind of going along pretty quiet, and still out here in this old 94 beast, this old Kenworth here, and I don't know, bouncing down the road, and this is starting to get old, Your Honor. The only good thing about it there is, I don't know, 65 mile an hour. You put the shifting lever, the stick, you smash it up against the dash at 65 mile an hour, and that's not even the biggest gear yet. You got to go almost to 73 mile an hour before you pop the button up there put it into the 13 double over to 72 to 73 mile an hour to put it into high gear, Your Honor.
Wow.
13 double over. You imagine that? 100. This is easy, a triple-digit truck to run. Not that I'm not saying it's not fun driving the old truck a little bit, but boy, I tell you, I do miss the comforts of the 2021. Phew. But anyways, and I guess I've gotten too used to cruise control there too, so I don't know. But other than that, I guess I don't know. I guess maybe we'll get slammed here later in the week, but tonight's just a one and done. We've already got it loaded, got it delivered, and got a two hour ride home there. So I guess on the way back up, I'll be taking a look to see if we pass any of them wagons there coming down from Maine. Have you heard about any of them trucks coming down from Maine carrying those wreaths at all? They're supposed to be loading some up and sending them.
Wreaths across America. Yeah, that I'm thinking that should be right about this time, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There's been a few other reporters up there and outside Bangor or wherever it is they load them up at, and there's some supposed to be on the road here. So anybody up here in the New England area coming down, and I don't know. I guess they go all the way across to the other ocean too. So keep an eye out for the trucks hauling the big green wreaths there, and we'll see what's going on. I don't know. I've never got a chance to get down to Arlington for their day of doing that. It'd be pretty amazing to see them put a wreath on every marker there in Arlington.
Yeah.
That would be quite the sight to see. It's got to be quite the organizational skills to set something like that up and get all that accomplished there in one day. But as I say, I don't know. Maybe now that we're getting closer to the point of not wanting to work so hard, maybe maybe we'll take a day off sometime in the next year or two and see if we can get involved in that. But anyways, other than that, we got other things we do, and we won't harp on them here this morning. So, but other than that, unless we come up with something the next hour or two there, we might not even be awake for the loneliest hour. I don't know. Maybe I'll be napping for that. We'll have to see. All right, Your Honor. We'll let you do.
Might have his head on the pillow by that time. All right. In response to your question about Chicago snow, that was factual reporting. 2024, Chicago experienced a very low snowfall. By the end of the year, 2024, it was 11.9 inches. Of course, winter continues, right? January, February. All said and done, it was the least snowy winter in 88 years for Chicago. For the complete 24-25 winter, the total was 17.6 inches, well below the 30-year annual average, which is more like 38.4 inches. Fast forward, for comparison, this winter, the winter of 2025 into 26, is off to a roaring start. Already nearly double the entire 24-25 totals just in November and early December. So there you go. 844-844-3388. And Chicago, gonna see some more of that snow coming your way. Some of those totals will be adding up here on our Tuesday. How about that? Meanwhile, is it the Jack of Diamonds, I do presume? Hello, Jack.
Hey, Steve, appreciate the job you do. A couple things. One thing I wanted to ask about Big Moose, because I hadn't, I never did catch like what happened to him. I used to enjoy, hearing him on the air. Is he okay? I know he's kind of retired. Have you heard anything from him?
I have not. Someone had said that he had moved somewhere, maybe down to Kentucky or something, but I have nothing I can report official.
Okay, I was just kind of wondering about him. I've always enjoyed, listening to him. That song he made up about your show and stuff is good, But another thing, to give you a plug for Hot Shot Secrets, I'm running it tonight. Had an issue with the truck. It's kind of fluttering some, like an injector going bad. They had one went bad a few months back, and they put one in it, and then they didn't replace all of them, just one injector. Started doing the same thing again, so I juiced up the fuel with the Hot Shot Secrets Diesel Extreme. It's knock on wood, no more fluttering, and you definitely tell the difference in the pulling power and everything, so it's a good product,
There you go.
So,
like to hear that.
That's right. Yeah, just wanted to give you a plug there. Thanks. Glad they sponsor you. Been listening to you for years. And thanks for the updates you do with all the politics. I hear a lot of stuff on your show we don't hear, and other, other radio broadcasts, even Fox News and Newsmax and OAN, they don't catch everything that you do, So it's a good alternative for sure, So,
I appreciate that.
Thanks, man. Okay.
Hey, thank you so much for listening in.
And if I don't talk to you, if I don't talk to you between now and then, you and your family have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
You do the same. Thank you very much. There you go, Jack of Diamonds. Doesn't call very often, here and there, but I guess he's out there listening. And thumbs up, running the Hot Shot Secret. For the oil injectors that have the oil side. At one point in time, what was the 9 out of 10 injectors that had been diagnosed as failing or failed really were dealing with the stiction. Hot Shot Secret would fix them up. And there you go. All right, 844-844-3388. A couple minutes, we'll hit our news break. Looks like brain dead. Up and at 'em here on a Tuesday. Kind of figured we'd get his take on the nasty court battle that's going on with NASCAR, get his take there, where things stand. some interesting developments. Last week, we touched on some of that on this past morning show. Meanwhile, coming up in our next segment, Craig Fuller, CEO of FreightWaves, again breaking down what's been taking place in the industry. He says over the past few months, I've spoke with hundreds of senior executives at America's largest trucking companies, and nearly all say that they only recently discovered the massive influx of foreign drivers and motor carriers. Most assumed the trend was kind of gradual. Apparently, none of them realized just how exponential this has been. Few of us had ever even heard the term non-domiciled CDL until this past summer, or understood how many drivers with little or no real training have flooded our industry. They failed to understand, despite their own investments in upgrading training and compliance in recent years, the smallest operators had been handed a massive gift. Tell you more on what, again, Craig had to say this past day. What's going on in the trucking industry? Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is awarding $10,000 bonuses to TSA officers recognized for outstanding work during the federal government shutdown.
It's for individuals who continued to show up, fulfilled their shifts, but also did other things to help through the shutdown that helped the entire team to be successful.
While visiting Tampa International Airport, she praised officers who helped screen over 3 million passengers, saying more awards could still be coming. President Trump says NVIDIA can sell older H200 AI chips to approved buyers in China while cutting off its latest Blackwell chips. The deal could boost American chip makers, jobs, and markets amid easing U.S.-China tensions. Wall Street closed lower.
At the close today, the Dow lost 215 points, the S&P 500 dropped 24 points, and the Nasdaq lost 32 points. I'm Liz Warner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I got an update from Drummer Girl, who says, well, first it's 18 degrees on a clear night in northeast Philly. As far as, it was last evening. Apparently a solenoid went bad in the transmission. I sat in a right turn lane on Street Road for 6 hours and 45 minutes until they brought out another tractor for me. I ended up with 17 minutes left on my 14 hours for the day. They had to cover my first trip this afternoon. I got done at 11 a.m., so I couldn't start at 3:30. I guess the normal start time. So, 6 hours and 45 minutes. Talk about patience. Patiently waiting. Wow. Hello, Gary. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. And Bob in Michigan joins us as well. All right, there's old Brain Dead. What's going on, Brain Dead?
Oh, just sitting here. Mutt 1 and 2 wanted to go take a visit outside and decided to wake me up. The dingy one there, so can't go back to sleep. But so, Steve, I'm going to let you get on your set of waders real quick, because it's going to get really deep really quick with the NASCAR stuff, all right?
Yeah.
But first things first, though, we're going to flip over to baseball world, because I've been kind of ignoring it right now. Then baseball's having the winter meetings right now. There have been a lot of good trades going on. A lot of good teams have picked up some. So if you want to know about your favorite team, go over to one of the baseball websites, because there's been a lot of moving and grooving. One of the big rumors that I have heard, and it's not been official, is that the San Diego Padres are looking to be is up for sale, and one of their landing locations is going to be Salt Lake City. That is one of the internet rumors going around from a couple of reputable sites. So, needless to say, baseball is going to be interesting this year if this does go through. Now, they did hold the Hall of Fame selection this past Sunday, and Jeff Kent got in, but I did find it funny that Barry Bonds got no votes. So that kind of says a few things, don't it, Steve?
Yes, sir. So what do you think about
how
about the president's response to Roger Clemens?
I haven't seen it. I haven't really.
I
didn't know he even made a comment.
Yeah, he was pretty PO'd about that. He said it was the Obama Department of Justice that went after him, and he was cleared of all wrongdoing, and he needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
He was. Clemens was a really good pitcher, but it's going to be hard to overlook the whole steroids. I mean, him and Bonds and McGuire, just to name a few, are going to have that really big hurdle because you have a lot of historical baseball writers on that committee like myself that we don't like the whole pitch clock. We don't like the whole instant replay. It's like go back to the way we were playing back in the 90s and the 2000s and even before then. I mean that's just the way we've honestly thought and felt. But you gotta go with the times, right, Steve?
I guess you do. Times change.
So yeah. So now that you got your hip waders on, you might want to upgrade to submarine because let's get over here to NASCORT, as I'm calling it right now, because it's going to get deep now. Friday, Heather Gibbs testified in the trial that her family, Joe Gibbs Racing. Remember when I said that there was that team that did not want to sign but was forced to sign? Joe Gibbs Racing was the one that had to sign. Now, Heather Gibbs took over operations from Coy Gibbs. Now, Joe Gibbs still owns it. Joe Gibbs still is the man behind the curtain, so to speak, but Coy was actually running the day-to-day operations. And she testified under oath that said that they had a gun to their head. They were forced to sign these charters. Joe Gibbs wrote Jim French that this is not right. This is not a good deal for us, but we're having to sign it anyway to keep business going. She said that unlike Penske or Hendrick, they have nothing to fall back on. This is their life. And she said this past year, they had to come up with 26 different sponsors instead of 19 from the past. And that does kind of remind me on things because I know our Uber Denny Hamlin fan that's probably listening out there, Lauren Weiss. Chris, what's his name? Geibhart has left Joe Gibbs Racing. They search for Aspire Motorsports. But anyway, back to the topic at hand. Now, she did testify of that. Now, the one thing I did find interesting is that Steve O'Donnell was on there. Now, you were talking about the SRX racing last night, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Steve O'Donnell testified under oath that they felt that was a threat in the competition. And Jim France emailed Steve O'Donnell and the legal department to find any way to, quote-unquote, take them out. And that's what they did. They went all to the ISC or all the ISC and SMI tracks and signed them to an exclusive agreement that they cannot race there. Their thought was, hey, if we take out all of the NASCAR tracks, because these are NASCAR cars, and we could take them out. SRX said point blank, hey, we're not going to put NASCAR drivers in this. We're not going to put any NASCAR drivers anywhere near this. These are not NASCAR cars. These are something totally different because it was testified under oath that NASCAR, and watch where this is going to go, they are going to have their own cars, their own drivers, their own everything. They're going to get rid of all the teams. That's what they're trying to do by by bringing in these charters, is to cut the money. Mm-hmm. It was testified today, I saw that, it was testified today that the teams were paid $141,000 per car per race base. And that even with all the purse money, it was like a 5% split all the way down to nothing. And a lot of the teams are running about $12 million to run one car. which is about normal. But NASCAR was only chipping. NASCAR was chipping in $12 million. I'll get this right in a minute. And they were actually costing $18 million. And this is where Michael Jordan's coming in saying, hey, we need to do something to bridge the gap here. Because when the NBA comes in, the teams all get 50% of the TV revenue, and you're only giving us 25%. This ain't right for you to hold back all of the money that's going down on this. This is not right. This is not fair, because the drivers, there is no union. The teams have no say-so at all. And it's starting to look more and more and more like a monopoly. Like, you have to run this the way Jim France wants it run, and you have no say-so at all in this, Steve.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So yeah, and like I said, it's getting deep quick. Now, the judge on Thursday afternoon, after they excused the jury for the day, he told the attorneys, Kessler, and I can't remember the other guy's name. You'll have to refresh my memory on that. And he told both of them point blank, either you find a way to speed this up or I will. Because you could only show so many trees, but you need to start showing more forest.
Mm-hmm.
Because the jury is getting bored with all of these testimonies, and keeps going on and on and on. And because from Monday afternoon, when Denny Hamlin took the stand, all the way up to Thursday, they called four people. And he said that he wants this done by this Friday, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Wants it done by Friday, or he will make a decision. And right now, with what's being put out there, NASCAR needs to settle. NASCAR just needs to go ahead and say, hey, we made a mistake. We're getting rid of all the top upper level management, and we're going to clean house and start over again. So, Steve, you want to take a break? Come back in here in a second.
We can take care of that. Certainly. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, rolling into a new day. What is it? Taco Tuesday, right? Here it is. And we get back to Brain Dead. All right, welcome back.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, you gotta get that Christmas bonus in somehow, right?
Yeah, I hope.
Well, I did hear some rumors about your Christmas lights display this year, but anyway, back to the trial of the century here. Now, Michael Jordan did take the stand Friday, and he told that he wasn't scared of NASCAR. They may have beaten down all the teams by dragging this whole charter negotiation out, but he wasn't scared. There's been rumored that Michael Jordan has put in $40 million in attorney's fees so far in this. And so far, his attorneys have done pretty good. Because I'm going to say this right now, and Steve, honest to bet, if NASCAR loses, NASCAR is going to probably appeal this. They're going to appeal this to the 8th degree. But now I did hear some of the testimony. Well, I read some of the testimony. The attorney for NASCAR asked Michael Jordan, said, "Do you play any sports?" He says, "Well, I heard I was pretty good at basketball." So I think they're trying to paint him as like he doesn't belong here. And this is something else that I've heard that was testified to. Denny Hamlin also did testify that he does have a stake in this, that he has $45 million in loans that he's taking care of. But what they're not understanding, though, is, he's making $14 million a year, but he's also putting that money back to paying those loans off to help get 2311 started. Now, it's interesting where Jordan's coming from, because he's trying to rally everybody together to get on one page to make it like a presentable sport. Because right now it just looks like it's just one-sided. Now, there was also testimony today from an economist. Now, this economist, and, Steve, they say numbers do lie, right?
Right.
This guy's name is Edward Snyder, and he's a professor of economics who worked in the antitrust division of the Department of Justice. And he's testified in 30 cases, including Deflategate, which involves the NFL's New England Patriots.
Yeah, right.
And he pretty much said this is a monopoly. And he says that if there is a verdict, NASCAR owes the teams $365 million in damages over revenue sharing. And I don't know if that's true or not. That's all to be given. But one of the things he did say was the whole take it or leave it. The other thing, too, is that makes it an antitrust is the exclusivity agreement. It means you can only run NASCAR. That's it. You can't compete in any other tracks, any other stuff. If you want to do that, you have to go to that series. Like if you wanted to go from NASCAR to Formula One, you have to turn in all of your stuff from NASCAR. How Roger Penske's getting around this, because Roger Penske owns the IndyCar teams. Have we forgot about this? And there was another rumor floating around that, remember before the trial started, the Richard Childress being called a hillbilly redneck that doesn't need to be in business or something like that. Remember those?
Yeah.
Well, there's been several reputable places I've seen that Richard Childress is looking to go after NASCAR for slander and defamation of character, and I hope he does. But yeah, like I said, Steve, it's getting deep, getting quick. And if NASCAR was smart, instead of destroying their image more, tell the judge, take a pause, time out, let's sit down at the table, let's discuss things out. Because what do they have to lose? I mean, remember the Chicago street race they had this past year?
Mm-hmm.
Steve O'Donnell testified they lost $55 million in 3 years. Now, they lost that money because they wanted to get a new TV sponsor, a new TV deal with Amazon. That's what they wanted. So why would you lose money to go chase a sponsor? That doesn't compute in my head. But at the same time, though, you lost $6 million in logistics on this trip for the Cup cars to go down. But yet when Xfinity went down, and then, what was that, 2016, something like that, they didn't lose any money. I don't know what the difference is. It just seems like NASCAR is slowly dying. This is the death knell in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
And NASCAR needs to sit down at the table and be more open and honest and get rid of the France family if that's going to stick around. Honest to God, my opinion, because from what I've seen now, it doesn't look good, Steve.
Wow. And they're going to keep on trying to fight to the bitter end, I guess.
Oh yeah. And I mean, if you lost $60 million on one race over 3 years, why isn't the board of directors screaming? Oh, that's right. The board of directors is Jim France. It doesn't matter what the other board members say, who's half of it is the France family or some semblance thereof, and just does it anyway. I sat here and have wondered the last few months, what would Bill France Sr. and Jr. be thinking right now? What would they be doing, you know? I mean, because it just seems like to me that Denny Hamlin is this generation's Dale Earnhardt. Because when he testified, he said under oath that he was the yes man for NASCAR. Because he said, oh, yeah, the Gen 7 car is the best car ever, and, you know, we have a very good car, and now you're saying it's trash. He said, because I was a yes man for NASCAR. But, oh, by the way, did you see that Michael Annett passed away?
I did, yes. And was he battling cancer, or did they ever come out and say what happened with the guy? Or
I haven't heard, but you know the Annett name? You ever heard of Harold Annett?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's the one that started TNC Transportation.
Okay.
That was his dad.
I'll be darned.
And I'm gonna say this: he was an okay driver. His dad started a couple sprint car teams, sold them off so he could get his son into Xfinity. He was a mediocre driver at best. He just really didn't have it. I think he said like one win out of, I don't know how many, like 400 or 500 starts. I couldn't remember, but yeah, it just kind of really threw me for a loop. And by the way, Captain Ron, if he was listening, I heard Captain Ron yesterday morning checking in about the Snowflake 125.
Yeah, down in Bradenton, Florida. Yeah.
Kevin Harvick's son, Keenan Harvick, won it at 13 years old, making him the youngest driver ever to win that race. So, but Steve, I've heard a rumor, and I need a confirmation or not from a reliable source.
Okay.
Now your Christmas lights display. Now you've got a little village there that all the villages are unionized, right?
Yeah, the elves are unionized.
Well, yeah, because you got all that big money, Steve. But I'm going to go back to bed, buddy. You have a good morning.
All right. Thanks for checking in here. And I guess tomorrow's is actually back to work. Back to the old grind. Got to move some groceries. All right. A couple minutes before news break. Well, a rash of trucking companies going under as of late. A couple of big announcements last week. Over the weekend, apparently 2 Minnesota-based carriers under the True North Equity Partners umbrella ceased operations overnight, putting about 200 drivers out of work. Minstar Transport was one of them, MINSTIR, AR, Minstar. And then you had Transport Design Incorporated, each operating fleets of about 100 trucks, announced their immediate closures in communications to employees and partners. Multiple reports circulating in trucking communities via social media. This just the latest in a string of carrier failures. The ongoing great freight recession, now approaching its 4th year, started in March of 22. 200 more truck drivers out of work, according to a widely shared post from the Talk CDL Facebook group that's drawn a lot of attention among drivers and industry insiders. Similar alerts appeared across other trucking forums, underscoring the abrupt loss of jobs in an already challenging market out there. So that's two, and yet another, a 70-year-old family-owned operation out of Coleman, Alabama, closing up. Details on that in our next hour. Tough times in the industry. All right, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the Netflix $72 billion plan to buy Warner Brothers Discovery could be a problem because of its already massive market share.
And when they have Warner Brothers, that share goes up a lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell. And I'll be involved in that decision too.
The streaming giant's deal, which was announced last week, will need federal approval, though Trump has not indicated whether or not he supports it. Democrats in Congress will get the vote they were promised on the Affordable Care Act tax credits later this week.
Tax credits were the key issue that led to the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, which ended after Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune promised Democrats would get a vote on the issue. Since then, Republicans admit they've been struggling to craft legislation that would get enough votes to fix the core issue of rising medical costs. A vote in the Senate's expected on Thursday. It's unlikely a proposal from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer will get enough Republican support, but it will force an uncomfortable vote for the senators. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
At least 25 people are dead following a fire that ripped through a nightclub in India's Goa state on Saturday.
A majority of the dead were nightclub employees, as well as 4 tourists. The blaze is suspected to have started after a cylinder exploded in the kitchen area of the facility. 4 managers of the nightclub were arrested. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump unveiled a $12 billion farm aid package today, funded by tariff revenue from China. Most of the support targets row crop farmers, especially soybean growers, hardest hit by Beijing's trade restrictions. The White House says the plan is a temporary bridge to help family farms while new markets develop. Wall Street closed lower.
At the close today, the Dow lost 215 points, the S&P 500 dropped 24 points, and the NASDAQ lost 32 points. I'm Liz Warner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The number of people who have reported abusive force really raises concerns about how widespread this practice is.
Civil rights groups are pushing to close the Fort Bliss Immigrant Detention Center in El Paso, citing a pattern of violence and poor conditions. Attorney Savannah Kumar.
It's really quite horrifying what people who are detained there are being put through.
The ACLU called the tent facility a humanitarian disaster, while Congresswoman Veronica Escobar recently reported detainees were given foul water and spoiled food. A California teacher has been suspended for calling Charlie Kirk a propaganda-spewing racist misogynist, and now she's suing the Los Angeles area school district, claiming they violated her free speech rights. Rachel McKagan says the board amplified her deleted post. Exposing her to threats, she seeks damages while returning to the classroom. If you're planning on catching an airplane, TSA says you can still have a good time at the airport.
The TSA says there's no ban on booze in your carry-on luggage, as long as you follow the standard TSA liquids rule. That's a maximum of 3.4 ounces, and the containers must fit inside a single transparent quart-size zip-top bag. Once you've passed through security, you can go ahead and open, as long as you're not on an airplane. FAA requirements say onboard alcohol must be dispensed by aircraft personnel. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome back another hour as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Here comes a Tuesday. I hope your week's off to a good start here. Anybody seen my man card? I've lost my man card. Heat wave! Have you seen my man card?
Good morning, senor. No, I haven't, and apparently I've been informed from last night's show that I lost my man card as well.
Are you ready for your Lobos are about to get stomped on December 26th? Are you ready for that?
Oh, I don't know if they're going to get a mud hole stomped in them or not, but I'll double down.
Uh-huh.
I'll double down on that. So if the Lobos lose, I may have to talk in a higher pitched voice, but I don't think that's going to happen. So there you go.
Well, if the Lobos win, I don't know that I have an alternative to get my man card back.
Well, maybe if A&M beats Miami, then A&M will play against Ohio State, and that's going to be an interesting battle if A&M and Ohio State do play. I mean, I think the last time they played was in I can't remember the last time they played. It probably when that Penn State coach passed and that Jerry something or another got convicted, and I believe Ohio State won 28-7. It was probably in the Sugar Bowl, but I digress. Yeah, I'm sure A&M ain't real happy losing them tea-sippers out there in Austin. And if anybody wants to know what a tea-sipper is, that's a white-collar muckety-muck that drinks coffee cup with the pinky up.
Yes.
So there you go. That's a tea-sipper. Yeah. So I know A&M ain't real happy about it. Ohio State's not real happy about losing to Indiana. So as much as I fear for A&M, I'll have to back them up all the way. So there you go. So there's a double down and a beat Ohio State vote for me. Man, I tell you what, it surprises me that these company heads had no idea of the training that their drivers were getting, or the training that drivers are getting, period. I mean, have they just had their head, in the clouds thinking everything was great and groovy, and now all of a sudden they're getting tagged for not training their drivers? And I'm not saying just American drivers, but all these non-domiciled drivers, illegal alien drivers. Then if they're that damn dumb, if they're trying to play, we didn't know, then maybe they need to be out of the business and put someone in business that knows what in the hell is going on. For the companies that are going under, I wonder how many of them are going under because of the illegal alien and non-domiciled drivers that are out here. How much damage has California and New York caused by allowing these people to go to be CDL holders with no name given as a name? Or, just cut out the photo and put someone else's photo in there, and their last name happens to be Singh or Patel or I don't know what else. I mean, if they haven't seen the damages that has happened, they don't need to be. They don't need to be in the positions that they are, because that is who we're getting the. They're the ones that can live off of $43,500 a year or $78,500 a year, because they're using their truck as a home.
Bingo.
And a biohazard because they're cutting a hole in the floorboard and letting loose with what they have to fly, so they don't have to stop. And how many drivers do they actually have in each one of them trucks? We have, I've said it before, we have enough of our own homegrown idiots out here we have to deal with, that we do not need to be dealing with illegal aliens and no-name givens and the like. I'm sorry. If that sounds racist, then I'm a racist. But I'm also thinking of safety on the roads. So, yeah, well, tell you what, we got anywhere between 8 inches and a foot of snow in our neck of the woods here last week, which was nice. It was a nice heavy snow, so any moisture we can get out there is greatly appreciated. We just needed to have more of it and last a little bit longer. They're talking about, we may have a warm spell this week, but after this week, it's going to get downright cold and nasty. Excuse me, and I believe that's really what we need to get these trees, get their roots growing down deeper and tapping into that moisture that's underneath the at least, below the 2 foot mark, and try to get rid of some of the damn insects we got. Steve, we got so many flies out in New Mexico. Well, I should say, out my neck of the woods, we got so many flies. And for those guys that are snickering, yes, I take a shower every day, so I'm not the reason why the flies come to my place, all right? It is amazing, most people have mosquitoes, but in our neck of the woods, flies. And as cold as it gets, I'm wondering, where in the hell do these buggers live during the winter time to where they come out during the spring? I really don't know. So, have you heard anything more about Yellow's corporation paying out the drivers by the end of this month or in the middle of this month? I haven't heard anything from our local union headquarters there in Albuquerque, and they only worry about those that are in the union. They can give a rat's behind less about the former Yellow drivers that got screwed on this deal. And I was kind of hoping Brain Dead would have had some information on that. I really don't want to call him at the house if he's going to be sleeping. So, yeah. So, tell you what, right after Thanksgiving, I went ahead and I ran solo. My co-driver went hunting. I went up to Texarkana and back, which was a nice run. And then that Saturday, I went up to Salt Lake City, not a problem. Sunday morning is when they had a mix of rain and snow. And, Utah has a very, very good road coverage plan. I mean, they scrape it, they salt it, they get on top of it. Wyoming, on the other hand, all the westbound traffic on 80 were the ones that were causing issues. And I don't know if it's, homegrown idiots or flip-floppers driving or, Patel and Singh going out there going, oh, it's so sleek. It's like, it should be common sense. I know common sense is a rare commodity.
Right.
I mean, if you have inclement weather and you are experiencing your tires spinning, and there's a gauge on these trucks that say, hey, your tires are spinning, maybe you ought to slow down a little bit. I mean, they got down to 35 mile an hour between, I'll probably screw this up, Green River, Wyoming, and Rock Springs, Wyoming. I mean, 35. That's, and that's in a hilly area, and that goes up through and over where the tunnel was, or is, that had been rebuilt due to the explosion on February 14th. And it was 65 for most of the way after you got through Rock Springs. And I'm sure someone will tag me saying, no, it's something else, moron. But, the roads were good. And then when I got home last Tuesday, my terminal manager called me up and said, hey, can you make a run back up to Salt Lake and back? I'm like, yeah, I got the time. And I tell you what, Colorado did not prepare US 491, the old 666, from about Cortez right up to the Colorado-Utah state line, it was a mess. And Salt Lake City, from my terminal to the terminal up there, is about 605 miles. I made it with 8 minutes to spare. I should have had at least 45 minutes to an hour, but it's because Colorado did not take care of their little stretch of highway. I mean, it was snow covered. You couldn't see the lines. I mean, thank goodness they had the rumble strip there. But, you know, for some folks that have never driven in snow before, hell, they were taking the center of the highway to make sure they didn't fall off the, the shoulder. It's like, you know, if you can feel the bumps going down the highway at 30 mile an hour, chances are you're not going to slide off the shoulder. So, but yeah, tonight's first night back out after 3 days off, and man, I tell you what, that felt good. But I sleep better when the truck is running. I don't know why that is, but it's just the way it is. So, Steve, you ever buy a car from a dealership, and 6 months later they say, "Oh, we know you have this other year model vehicle. Maybe you ought to bring it in so we can get you into a newer vehicle." You ever have one of those texts sent to you?
Not 6 months in, no.
Oh, Lordy. Well, I've got a 16 Chevy Silverado 4x4 crew cab, and I've got less than 61,000 miles on it. I had 16 when we bought it, so we put on the other couple of hundred miles, 5,000. Well, no, not even 50,000 miles on there. But oh yeah, they were really hitting me hard and heavy about, let's trade that in and get you into something better.
Yeah.
So I went up there and I talked to the person that gave me the jingle, and I says, "Look, I am possession rich but cash poor." And I said, I tried getting a travel trailer, and I decided, I got better use for money than having something sitting at the house, not going anywhere. And we really haven't had a need for a travel trailer. So I went ahead and nixed that deal. And, I said, right now, this is one of two vehicles that are paid off. And I said, if you really want me to buy something new, I'm going to need to have a hellacious trade-in on this vehicle, plus a rebate, which apparently they have it up to $7,000 on certain GM products, which I thought, wow, that's good. And, I need an interest rate that's going to be lower than 11%. So, basically I want a $50,000 vehicle that's got everything on it, four-wheel drive and a crew cab, for about $500 to $600 a month. And I imagine it can be done, but it's going to take a lot of wheeling and dealing. And he's like, well, why don't you hang out for another quarter here, and says maybe the first quarter or the second quarter of next year we can swing that. And I says, all right, we'll see what happens with the industry here. But yeah, no, just as soon as you make money, and the more money you make, it seems like the less money you got, don't it? All right, senor, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good night. And we'll do this again tomorrow night.
Good luck on getting that man card back, right? The rest of the story on from Craig Fuller. And Heatwave was kind of asking about it. What do you mean all these executives had no idea what was unfolding? This influx of the foreign drivers and foreign carriers, thinking it was gradual. These changes driven by, he says, the long-standing belief that was pushed hard by the American Trucking Association that we had this permanent truck driver shortage. The ATA solution was to lobby Congress and the FMCSA to lower every barrier to entry. Convinced that new drivers would flow to the big ATA member fleets rather than the small operators. Well, that assumption was rooted in an old reality 20 years ago. Only the biggest carriers offered real-time tracking, electronic tendering, and direct shipper relationships. Yeah, small carriers and brokers were stuck on the phone or the fax and leftover freight. That world no longer exists, he said. Fueled by billions in venture capital and private equity, freight brokers have not only caught up on technology, they've leapfrogged the big fleets. They offer single-source routing guides, superior automation, and crucially, no obligation to enforce hours of service, speed limiters, or driver qualification standards. Brokers simply buy the cheapest capacity available. When the ATA successfully lobbied to dismantle the entry barriers, they inadvertently handed the industry to those brokers and to the least compliant segment of the market. He highlighted some of the key regulatory changes that removed the barriers and literally gutted safety enforcement in the industry. Starting in 2016, when they stopped enforcing the English proficiency requirements. 2018, the ELD mandate being implemented, self-certified devices with intentional backdoors that allowed unlimited editing of driving hours. 2019, the non-domiciled CDLs were introduced, permitting foreign nationals to obtain U.S. commercial licenses. Then 2022, the entry-level driver training rule triggers an explosion of unaccredited CDL mills selling licenses for $500 to $1,000 in days with virtually no training. Now these minimally trained foreign drivers cannot pass the vetting at large of the compliant carriers. No work authorization, poor English, zero experience. They end up at small, often foreign-owned fleets that pay 40% below market and routinely run anywhere from 14 to 20-hour days by tampering with the ELDs. 3 additional accelerants turned a bad situation into a virtual catastrophe. Freight brokers now control a third of all loads and often award them to the lowest bidder, pushing spot rates below the cost of legal operation. The Biden-era immigration surge delivered millions of new arrivals looking for work. Foreign-owned fleets recruited them aggressively. Higher pay than what they'd make at home. No experience needed. Free housing in the sleeper berth. During the COVID freight boom, carriers and brokers offshored hundreds of thousands of dispatch and brokerage jobs when the great freight recession hit, and those positions were eliminated. Many laid off the overseas workers, using their newfound industry knowledge to orchestrate cargo theft from jurisdictions beyond U.S. law enforcement reach. Last, the results are undeniable. Legitimate carriers and drivers can barely break even. Trucking has become an economic backwater. Motor carriers that follow the rules. Cargo theft is now an industrial-scale national security crisis, coordinated by foreign dispatchers and brokers working in concert with foreign-born drivers in the United States. Despite billions of dollars spent on safety technology, fatal truck-involved crashes are up 40% since 2014, almost entirely because of untrained, overworked, and inexperienced drivers now operating 80,000-pound rigs. In short, a well-intentioned but catastrophically naive campaign to fix the so-called driver shortage, combined with regulatory loopholes, unchecked immigration, technology backdoors, and offshoring, has fundamentally broken America's trucking industry in less than 10 years. And virtually no one in Washington or apparently in corporate corner offices even saw it coming. Craig Fuller, FreightWaves, breaks it down. All right, we've got, I mentioned a couple of operations. We mentioned the two Minnesota companies that virtually shut down overnight over the weekend. Meanwhile, the closure of James R. Smith Trucking Incorporated, a family-owned operation based in Cullman, Alabama, that actually marked their 70th year in operation this year, underscores the dire state of the freight market. Detailed in a Cullman Daily article, the shutdown of this 1955 founded carrier, another casualty in a wave of trucking bankruptcies that are literally sweeping the industry right now. James R. Smith Trucking grew from a modest fleet to a reliable freight service under the stewardship of the Smith family, navigating decades of economic changes. According to the article shared on Facebook, captured the end of an era. The final departure of their fleet and the gratitude to drivers and customers, with images of the Cullman headquarters, marking a legacy that will long be remembered as their operations ceased. It is 844-844-3388. We'll come back with more after the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is awarding $10,000 bonuses to TSA officers recognized for outstanding work during the federal government shutdown.
It's for individuals who continued to show up, fulfilled their shifts, but also did other things to help through the shutdown that helped the entire team to be successful.
While visiting Tampa International Airport, she praised officers who helped screen over 3 million passengers, saying more awards could still be coming. President Trump says NVIDIA can sell older H200 AI chips to approved buyers in China while cutting off its latest Blackwell chips. The deal could boost American chip makers, jobs, and markets amid easing U.S.-China tensions. Wall Street closed lower.
At the close today, the Dow lost 215 points, the S&P 500 dropped 24 points, and the Nasdaq lost 32 points. I'm Liz Warner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com. and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, real quick, finishing up with the James R. Smith Trucking. Operated 48 trucks, employed 50 drivers, according to the portal in Sonar, with an average truck age of 10 years. Now, the FMCSA data revealed a 24% out-of-service rating, most likely tied to the aging fleet. Amplifying operational woes, the age of the equipment suggests they didn't have the resources to buy new equipment. Vulnerable to higher maintenance costs, breakdowns, insurance waits, unattractive options for truck drivers. But this reflects this ongoing great freight recession, driven by a relentless capacity glut over the past 5 years. Active trucks have surged by 19%, fueled by the low barriers for the entry for drivers and fleets. That influx, new entrants skirting the legal standards, paying below market wages to unqualified drivers, which has created, again, an unsustainable competitive landscape. Established carriers like this one, James R. Smith Trucking, struggle to survive as this race to the bottom erodes profitability. Alabama's trucking sector, a cornerstone, employing 1 in 13 workers statewide. They're not immune. Aging fleets, market instability, pushing more and more firms to the brink, as they say. Just unsustainable. On down to Florida. Hello, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today? Everything going okay for you?
Off to a decent start, I guess.
Yeah, we're doing okay down here. We're a little colder than we usually are, but that's okay. We're nothing compared to what y'all are, so I know it's tough up there. But, Steve, I got a question for you. What is the penalty for a company or a driver that modifies ELD data?
That's a good question. I don't, off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, I'm going to have to look it up later. I'm going to have to check it out because when you were talking earlier about the foreign driver deal, one of the things that was in that little deal there was modification of ELD data. Now, I think that would, if my memory serves me correct, then I know I paid the fine before for a logbook modification, and that's a pretty nice little piece of money there, you know. And I would think that if you're doing electronic modification, you're talking you could possibly be penalized criminally. You think so?
I would think, yeah.
Yep. And I think a lot of what's going on in the big picture with a lot of folks is, let's just break it down into simplified terms here. You have somebody that wants to ship freight. You have somebody that wants to haul freight. Okay? You've got a person in the middle that hooks those two people up together to make things happen to get that freight moving. All right. Well, the problem is you got too many people in the middle now. Okay? Between brokers, back in the day, 3PLs, you've got all these people that are involved with moving a load. And they're essentially doing just administration stuff. They're sitting by a phone, setting up appointments, getting everything ready, and they're making a ton of money. I mean, Steve, what is I imagine Grump could ask me, or can answer this question for me. What's the average broker make on a load? What do you think? 35, 40% at least, if not close to or more? What you think, buddy? You think they make that much?
I wouldn't doubt it a bit.
And see, that's the problem with the deal is, especially with owner-operators, they've got to, if an owner-operator finds a customer and can eliminate the middle guys and be technically what we call back in the day a house truck, if you could do that, you're golden. You don't have to rely on the brokers to set your life up, and you play the broker game where you're constantly looking at a load board. You know, that's what, you know, a lot of guys have got to strive to do if they get their own authorities, and that's a big deal. Now, one of the biggest problems that I'm seeing, and I've heard it over the years on this show, and I've talked to guys out here at work, is after COVID, the industry just went nutso because there was so much demand.
Yep.
And now the demand is done. And they want you to haul it cheap. That's what it's come down to. That's what the bottom line is anymore. They don't care about training. All they know is they need a truck to go from point A to point B. They don't care who's driving it. They don't care what kind of truck it is. They don't care if it's new. They don't care if it's old. All they need to put their freight on it, and they need to get it moved. They don't care about all this stuff. They really don't. You know, the safety aspect, sure. I mean, how many big companies out there shipping freight, Steve, actually look at the background of a trucking company before they haul their freight? Do you think any of them really do it?
I
will tell you this much. There is something that... Go ahead.
I say most probably don't, and that's the one that are getting burned with their cargo disappearing.
Absolutely. Back when in the LTL days, when I ran LTL, a trucking company, an LTL carrier, they were doing pennies on the dollar discounts. So their discounting service, whatever they got on their discount, or even there would be companies that would drop freight because the fuel surcharge was higher at one company than another company. You know, they were looking at pennies on the dollar. You know, and I imagine it's even worse than that now. It's just the amount of regulatory stuff that trucking has to go through to be sufficient nowadays is ridiculous. the insurance rates, everything. How much a base plate costs on a truck, parts. There's one company out of Missouri. We've talked about it before. A company called RBX. Great company, family-owned company. You know what? There was a big thing that they were going bankrupt and they were doing this. Well, it come down to find about was they were having problems buying parts for their brand new trucks because a lot of companies are trying to get in the brand new trucks. You know, it's like, dude, wake up and smell the coffee. You've got a business to run. You know, it is what it is. Steve, do you remember Davis that went out of business back in June? Remember that company down here in Florida?
Right.
They are still trying to sell their fleet. Now, this is December. They went out of business in June. They are still trying to sell their fleet of vehicles that they own just to make back their money to be clear things up.
Yeah.
So think about that. That's 6 months that they haven't even cleared up their business yet. They're still trying to sell their fleet. I don't know how many times on Facebook I get things from Davis that we're selling these trailers. We got this trailer, that trailer, this tractor, whatever. You know, they're trying to get rid of their stuff, and they can't get rid of it. You know why? Because it's new, and a lot of companies don't want to mess with it because of the cost of operating it. You know? I mean, it's just funny how the industry has gone through and a lot of the stuff that's going on with it. You know? And this foreign driver thing is just a little bit of the puzzle. I mean, it's just a tiny bit of the puzzle that needs to be corrected. You know, they always thought years ago with deregulation this was the deal, but I'm going to tell you what, man, deregulation, in some ways it was nice, in some ways it was a burden, you know, so. But Steve, we had something last night that happened over here in Florida that I have never ever seen before. We had 2 plane crashes within an hour of each other.
Really?
And they were probably about 40 to 50 miles apart. We had one plane that crashed over in DeLand, Florida, over by the DeLand High School. Everybody was all right. They went to the hospital. They were hurt, but I'm sure they're going to make out okay. And then within an hour later, we had an airplane crash over in Brevard County. That's what crashed on I-95 and shut down the interstate for quite a while. Okay? And that plane came out of Merritt Island, which is over by Cape Kennedy. And I'm just like, what the heck is this? I'm just like looking at FlightAware and, you know, planes are crashing. What's going on? And these are small planes. They're not big planes. The one little plane over in DeLand, it was a Cessna Skyhawk. The other plane that crashed over in Brevard County was a twin-engine Baron Beechcraft. You know, and it's just, I was like, wow. Within an hour of each other, probably about 50 miles apart. I don't know if that was what you call that, karma or whatever. I don't know what you call it, but it was strange to me that happened. And the amount of information that I got from FlightAware about these planes was crazy. You know, within 5 minutes, I know their flight path, where they fell out at. I know who owned them. I know what kind of airplane they are, the whole bit. So we have a lot of information at our fingertips nowadays, folks. It just simply amazed me. I tell you, I'm sounding like Grady Judd saying simply amazing. You know, but I guess that's just the way it's running now. And I heard that FedEx is basically going to scrap a lot of those MD-11s now. I heard that, and I heard UPS is going to be scrapping them too, Steve. I don't know if you've heard any of that, but there's a lot of rumors going around about that plane being junked. So, and Starship, they're still working on it, Steve. It's coming along pretty good. They're going to get another booster out. They're about finished building it, the next booster, because the other one kind of imploded itself when they were pressure testing it. So, have you heard any more about this NIL thing for high school kids, Steve?
After last evening's discussion, I did a little looking into it. It's real. It's a real deal. There are, a lot more restrictions about, what they can and can't do, but And I don't have no clue as far as how much they might be able to garner financially.
Yeah, this one really amazes me is we have become a society to have people find their niche. Okay, so if this kid's in high school and he looks like he's going to be a fantastic football player, we're going to get with all this NIL thing. Well, what they've done to sports, and I hate to say this, and they have turned sports now entertainment. It's under that banner. There is no more watch the sports to be just for sports. Back in the days, guys used to watch baseball because it was a sport, okay? Now it's about entertainment. Now we have AI, and that NIL, part of that deal is likeness. So with AI can use your likeness and modify to make another type of deal. So AI is into everything. I mean, it's going on in the music scene. It's going on in the acting scene. The actors right now, they're really worried about it because they can make an actor or right out of AI take a piece off of other ones. So what they're doing now is they're licensing their likeness. So if you use any kind of their likeness, it's going to be that way. And this NIL is the same way. If you use any of those players' likenesses in something like, say, a game or anything, you build a character that looks similar to that person, you can be sued for it. And that's what's going on with all this NIL stuff. The computer was developed for us to have something to figure out solutions to make things easier for us to get away from us. That was the reason why we've had computers all along. We needed to make our life easier, okay? Which, back in the old days, Steve, I don't know, did they call that word laziness?
Right.
When you want to try to make things easier. Sometimes you got to do things the hard way to do it. It sucks, but you got to do it. And it seems like to me that's what everybody is trying to do nowadays. We're just trying to find an easy way out to make money. We're trying to find an easy way out to get what we want to get. And that NIL is proof of it right there. Start NIL in high school. By the time they get into the NFL, they can just retire. They don't even need to go to the NFL or go to basketball. They can just do everything they want through high school and college, make their money, have some kids. What the heck, man? Buy a house. You're all set by the time you're 30 years old. Who needs to play pro? And that's the way it's looking. It's looking that way. I know it's scary to say that kind of stuff, but it's looking that way. But it's kind of no different than what a lot of these people that we see as movie stars today that started out as children's stars because their parents started them with the same kind of situation when they were little. And it's turning in the same thing. So, well, that's my 2 cents for the day. Y'all have a good day, Steve. I appreciate you, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you, as always. Philip, have a good morning. Good stuff. We'll take you to the state of Maine, where an undercover call to the Lewiston, Maine Department of Motor Vehicles exposes, a stunning, dangerous loophole in that state's policy that allows illegal foreigners with virtually no verifiable documentation, no English proficiency, and even a deadly driving history from their home country to obtain a Maine driver's license. With shocking ease. It's that simple. Hold on for the rest of the story after this.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
So somebody was telling this guy just how easy it is to get a license in Maine, and he didn't believe him. He said there's no way that can be true. So he decided to make the phone call himself and kind of posed as an individual who was trying to help someone who was illegally in the country to get a license. As we said, no verifiable documentation, no English proficiency. He posted this recording, which you can hear the audio, revealing how the Maine Department of the Secretary of State is apparently handing out driver's licenses and state IDs with minimal scrutiny and no practical safeguards to prevent fraud. Now, the caller posed as someone assisting a gentleman known as, well, he said his name is Mohammed, an illegal foreign national from Somalia who speaks no English and had previously killed a person while driving in his home country. And what you hear is virtually unbelievable. Yeah, the Department of Motor Vehicle staffer calmly explains that Maine requires only a birth certificate or a foreign country document that would be translated, a second document bearing a signature, then the ability to pass 25 out of 30 correct questions on the written test, and a road test. That's it. No verification of immigration status, no check of criminal history, no communication with foreign governments about past offenses. One of the most disturbing moments in the call is when he asked whether Muhammad's past. He explained he hit and killed a jogger while driving in Somalia. How's that going to affect his ability to get a license in Maine? To which the Department of Motor Vehicle staffer didn't even hesitate. She said, we wouldn't be able to access those records. We don't have reciprocity from one country to another. Meaning a foreign national could kill someone abroad, walk into the Maine DMV with a forged document, and walk out with a legal driver's license. And the state would never know. The staffer then went on to explain the language barrier poses no problem. Well, we provide translated written exams in Somali, and we even allow participants to request an oral test. He says this phone call was absolutely insane. Yeah, how illegals get driver's licenses in Maine. Yeah, that's it. Birth certificate or other country document. A document or an ID with a signature passed the test. Anyone can call and verify. Maine Department of Secretary of State allows for any foreigner to get a driver's license or state identification. Any document from the country could be easily forged. All right, in the state of Maine, it requires a state ID to register to vote. That's it. No mechanism whatsoever to prevent voter fraud. All right. He said, I was blown away with how easy and quick it was. Not to mention, if the foreigner commits a crime here or loses their license, they can easily just get a new one with a different name, with forged documents that can't be checked. All right. Crazy stuff. This has got to stop. It is 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is rolling out a $12 billion farm aid package to support U.S. growers, especially soybean farmers, hit by China's trade shift.
This relief will provide much needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops. It'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices for American families.
The White House says the funds are meant to keep family farms afloat while new markets open up, emphasizing affordability as a top priority. President Trump took aim at a Texas Democrat he recently pardoned. In a post on Truth Social, Trump criticized Congressman Henry Cuellar for opting to run as a Democrat in 2026, calling it a lack of loyalty.
The president pardoned Cuellar after he and his wife were indicted on federal bribery and money laundering charges last year. Trump said in a separate post, the case against the congressman was one of the clearest examples of the Biden administration weaponizing the justice system against their political opponents. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Former al-Qaeda commander turned president of Syria, Ahmed al-Sharaa, is presenting himself as a pro-market reformer and a U.S. partner after toppling Assad. But his transitional government remains tightly controlled, minorities face reprisals, and clashes with Israel continue. The U.S. is lifting sanctions and boosting troop presence, betting Sharaa's fragile regime can avoid sliding back into authoritarianism. San Diego is celebrating the USS Nimitz as the aircraft carrier completes its final deployment after 50 years of service.
The Navy's oldest active aircraft carrier spent 9 months patrolling the Indo-Pacific and Middle East, including a tense stint in the Arabian Sea. It's in San Diego before heading home to Bremerton, Washington on December 16th. After this homecoming, the Nimitz will begin a years-long decommissioning process in Norfolk next spring, marking the end of an era for a ship that's been part of everything from the Iran hostage crisis to Operation Iraqi Freedom. I'm John Fink.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
We got to replug this oil so the oil stops leaking and the methane stops coming up through the ground.
Crews in Newport Beach, California are racing to fix a leaking 1920s era oil well that's in a neighborhood of multi-million-dollar homes. Utilities Director Mark McCoyovic says they brought in some special equipment.
Drilling down and intercepting it and then replugging the oil zone.
Work on the Balboa Peninsula involves digging and drilling around the clock with bright lights and noise expected for days. The state is covering the repair costs. A Portland jury acquitted a man who admitted to stabbing another commuter after video surfaced showing the victim using a racial slur. This decision has sparked debate over the role of evidence, free speech, and how courts weigh context in violent incidents, highlighting tensions in the justice system. There's a spike in flu cases in the tri-state area, triggering multiple hospitals to reinstate mask mandates.
The New York State Department of Health has labeled the flu prevalent, confirming more than 14,000 cases the week ending November 29th, an 80% spike from the week prior. Hospitalizations are up 93%. Meanwhile, New Jersey reported more than 2,000 cases through the end of November, close to 4 times the number the same time last year. And numbers are likely up even more since not everyone is getting tested. Facilities like Hackensack Meridian Health and RWJ Barnabas Health are asking visitors to mask up. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Welcome back as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Yeah, see, back to the Knuckle Buster. Totally terrific Tuesday.
Yes, sir, absolutely. It's a terrific Tuesday because I'm on my way back to downtown Memphis, Tennessee there. Well, it was 69 out there in Vegas, but it's down to 42 right now, and it was down there at 30 when I went through the hacienda back there, so I'm glad I'm over here where it's warmer anyway. So, well, NASCAR, isn't that National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing Season?
That is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but too many stock cars them boys are driving. I can promise you that.
Nope.
It may look like it on the outside, but they be in that metal. But that motor in there, you ain't allowed to put that thing on the street ever. So, I don't know. Well, trucking companies are going out all the time, so you just got to be a smart businessman to stay in business. So, I hope we all make it to December there, right? Hey, wait a minute. Didn't Merle Haggard have a song out about that?
He sure did.
We make it through December.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. There. You know, he had that song, "We Don't Smoke Marijuana in Muskogee" either, but he had enough pain there in the end of his life, and he smoked some of it there. So, well, let's get that simplified shout out to Trucking Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and especially our gracious host, Mr. Steve Sommers. Steve, I got 8 minutes left of my drive time, 8 minutes to the break, and 8 minutes on my shift. So you know what I'm going to be doing in about 8 minutes. So y'all have a good morning there, and we'll put the spoke on you tomorrow there. So I don't know, are people getting more crazy nowadays, Steve?
I would say yes.
Yeah, well, old Billy Carrigan, they put that song out back in the 80s or 90s there. God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy. And I guarantee you they're getting more and more crazy out here by the day. So, well, if you got my money in your pocket, Steve, you can go to any one of them states and get a license. You don't have to just go up there to Maine or New Hampshire, wherever the hell you're talking about. But it's too cold up there for me anyway. So, all right, well, that's all my bull learning for this go-around. Have a great morning, brother, and we'll talk at you tomorrow.
All right, get some good rest there, because you got to drive another day, as they say. Let me see. Eagle, are you with me? See if he's up and at him here. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey there.
Okay. Yeah, Steve, I want to discuss some things about what's going on, man. Every time I see, well, let me go to MTG right quick. Let me get to her. Okay. Now, I heard today, I don't know if I told you last night, Steve, I don't know if you saw the interview she did on 60 Minutes.
Yes.
Yesterday, bad-mouthing Donald Trump. And now she come out again today saying that her life was in danger. She received death threats because of what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump now it's being said that he called her a traitor. I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him call her. I didn't hear words. I didn't hear him say call her a traitor. I don't know. All I know is that he said that he was unhappy that she was things turned out the way it did. But she said that the reason why she got the death threat was because of Donald Trump talking the way he calling her a traitor. Mm-hmm. And whoever this guy was that wrote the letter or whatever it was, the death note for her, that's what he wrote in the letter. He was saying what Trump said. So she was saying that, that Trump is, she had to get out of the game because it's not only her, but she said her son was receiving death threats. So she said that she had to get out of politics because things were getting real dangerous for her and her family. So, that's why she's getting out in January. But like I said, I think she had other motives. She's not going to reveal that. But I think the Democrats are looking. If like I say, it wouldn't shock me if she turned over to be a Democrat. If she even ran for president, she would. I'd be shocked if she tried to run as a Republican, because there's no way in hell a Republican's go vote for her. Not after the way she stabbed Trump in the back. I know I won't vote for her. So she might as well go ahead and run as a Democrat, as far as I'm concerned, if she come back out. So we'll see how that situation turns. But the situation that makes me the most sick, Steve, is what I was telling you last night. I don't know if you heard all this news. They're trying to make Pete Hegseth out to be a criminal,
right?
Because they said that he dropped the bomb to finish these people off. And well, let me ask you something, Steve. These people are running drugs. Donald Trump was talking today about that. They said that I think he said 25,000 people. Trump said every time one of these boats get into the U.S. running drugs. Speed boats get it, 25,000 people lose them, even more. And you mean to tell me that Donald Trump? So let me ask, because these people are so stupid, Steve. It's hard to believe I got to ask you this question. So Donald Trump is just supposed to let these speed boats just make their way into the United States full of drugs and God knows whatever else the hell they got on their boats, and he's not supposed to stop them. Is that what's supposed to happen, Steve? Is that what this Trump's supposed to do? To let these boats make their way to the U.S.?
I think the Democrats are saying, well, you don't have to kill the drug runners. You can take the drugs, but then I guess we're supposed to just send them back home like they're going to be good boys. If you just send them back, they won't do it again.
It makes no sense, Steve. These are bad people. If they running drugs, these are not good people. This whole thing is a damn joke. That they're upset. They're more concerned with a man that's trying to poison the American people with these drugs. They more worried about him than they worried about the American people that's gonna get poisoned. The whole thing makes no sense. It's just ridiculous how these people think, Steve. When you go to the immigrants, they more concerned. You see what's going on in Minnesota with Fat Boy and the mayor and all these Somali. Now you see what's going on with them. Now they got all hell breaking loose with Omar. Now they claim this woman here on a salary Congress's salary. She valued at over $30 million, Steve. You know damn well that she's a crook. She stole that money from the money that they were getting from the government. And there's no way that Omar should be worth $30 million. She is crooked as they come. And the quicker Donald Trump get her out of Congress and back to Somalia or wherever, behind bars or whatever they're gonna do with her, the better. Because I'm like I said, I'm fed up with the whole thing. These people using the government, these guys coming from other countries and getting the benefits, and they don't even care about the United States, and they still getting reaping the benefits that people like me and you and other people work so hard for. Donald Trump needs to put a serious stamp down on Minnesota and Minneapolis, because I heard he got the ICE people out there right now operating in Minnesota, and they're arresting people, and that's exactly what he's supposed to do. If any of them are found to be in the country illegally, they need to be get them back out of here, because they don't care about the United. They are not failing to assimilate to the United States ways, Steve. They want you to do it their way. You go up there to Minnesota, Minneapolis, and those people actually want you to. They actually treat you like you a foreigner in your own country. So if people want to accept that, if you want to accept being somebody treating you like you a foreigner in your own country, then there's something wrong with you if you think that is right. But I be damned if I'm gonna let somebody treat me like that. And I thank you for taking my call.
Okay, and how about your girl Jasmine Crockett there in Texas? Officially, tossing her hat into the ring to run for the Senate seat there in Texas. Moving on up from the House to the Senate. That's the seat that John Cornyn currently holds. Who's actually going to face Jasmine? First of all, I know that Cornyn is running for re-election, but what's his name? The Attorney General Paxton is also tossed his hat in on the Republican side, and there's one other. I think there's a third individual in the mix, all running for the Republican nomination for that Senate seat to face off against, I don't know, Jasmine Crockett? 17 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TAL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Meanwhile, I think I mentioned the headline last evening. Never got back to the rest of the story. And Pappy was hoping I was going to give him an answer that he's too old to be out there shoveling snow. Remember that? Yeah, we got several storm systems in the coming days that are going to be bringing some shovelers to much of the central and eastern states. But according to the experts, every winter, thousands of Americans injured while clearing snow. Emergency rooms see a big increase in heart attacks, muscle strains, falls. Medical studies show that the combination of cold temperatures and strenuous exertion can significantly raise the risk of a heart attack, especially in older adults and people with underlying health conditions. Between 1990 and 2006, nearly 200,000 adults treated in emergency rooms for snow shoveling injuries. More than 1,600 deaths reported. Yeah, shoveling a little snow off your sidewalk, it may not seem like hard work. However, the strain of heavy snow may be as or even more demanding on the heart than taking the actual treadmill stress test. According to a member of the American Heart Association, the director of preventive cardiology and cardiac rehabilitation at Beaumont University. So when should you hand the shovel to somebody else? Yeah, John Osborne, Chief Medical Officer of the American Heart Association, advises people over the age of 65 and anyone with heart disease risk factors should be especially cautious, but he believes the age cutoff should actually be even lower, pointing to a 2001 study that showed that 85% of adults over the age of 50 have a condition that can lead to coronary artery disease. Cold weather only increases the danger. The cold-related cardiovascular deaths occurs at nearly twice the rate of heat-related events, particularly among men over the age of 65. Now, aside from the heart risk, snow shoveling can also cause sprains, broken bones, back injuries. That repetitive twisting and lifting, straining muscles and joints. It's hazardous for people of all ages, but especially older adults. He recommends taking breaks, use an ergonomic shovel, and maybe consult a physician before shoveling if you have medical concerns. He recommends a few things to avoid getting yourself into problems. Warm up first, stretch, do some light movement inside before you head outdoors. Get those muscles moving. Obviously, dress appropriately. Layers, waterproof gloves, slip-resistant boots. Cover your nose and mouth, he says. Choose a lightweight, ergonomic shovel. Push, don't lift. Push the snow whenever possible. If you are lifting, use your legs and keep your loads manageable. Take frequent breaks, especially if you're feeling tired or short of breath. Listen to your body. Any chest pain, dizziness, or shortness of breath would require immediate medical attention. Know your limits. If you're over 45 years of age and you have heart disease risk factors or other health issues, ask somebody for help, or maybe hire. Do kids actually get out anymore and go up and down the street trying to make a few bucks? Especially when they're out of school for the snow day, or do they sit around playing video games? It's been a while since I've had anyone come knocking to say, "Hey, how much to shovel the driveway?" Let's get to the right wing nut here this Tuesday morning.
Yes, right wing nut, yeah. Hey, I want to give people here on Interstate 40 going eastbound a heads up. You got a California plated trailer that's white and has AMZN, Amazon. He was in the fast lane doing about 35. Excuse me, without any indication that he was going to pull over to the slow lane or even get off the damn interstate. So if you're over here in Arkansas around Clarksville or a little beyond that, you have to see that slow rolling. Well, I won't call them what I want to call them. Just take heed and be wary when you go around them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he was a company driver or owner-operator or what, but here about 2 years ago, I checked into driving for Amazon. I figured, well, it's a big company. They do a lot of driving, moving their freight around. I called up, and Patel answered the phone, Raji or Haji, I don't remember which, but I asked him, I said, how much do the team drivers make whenever they're on the road? He said, $150,000. I said, each? He said, no, per driver. That's $75,000. How in the hell is anyone supposed to survive on that, especially if you buy your stuff on the road?
Yeah.
Which on occasions you need to do. Good Lord. So, I mean, if it's $75,000 for a team driver, how much are they making solo? Or do they even have solo drivers? I don't know. But, I mean, you get these big companies. Yeah, old boys got trillions of dollars in their pocket. But they're just paying pennies. And, when you hear Raji or Haji on the phone saying, oh, this is a good deal. We give you $75,000 to run team, $150 per team. That just ain't gonna cut it, I tell you what. So anyways, I heard you had that story about that old boy pleading for a Somali driver that ain't got no English skills and killed somebody. Yeah, I tell you what, they're just like the East Indians out here that are illegal. They don't care if they kill a man or a broad that's running anywhere. I think that's a shame. So what are they going to do to them officials up there in Maine that expose themselves, so to speak, with their policies? You think they're going to do anything about it, or are they just going to say, well, live and learn, we'll try this again?
Very good question. All I know is, Wingnut, that kind of crap has to stop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, that just ain't no good. Ain't no good at all. Hey, I want to talk to you about left nut dangling. I don't know if y'all heard the story, but he went ahead and dropped wing from the name, so that's the reason why he's left nut. Yeah, the dangling part is this. He went overseas and got him one of them mail-order brides. Y'all heard about that? You know, they come back here with a postage stamp on their head. Yeah. Well, anyways, her Oriental name is Danglin. Danglin. So he decided he was going to honor her by carrying on her last name to his last name. So it's not like he's got a testicle hanging out of his shorts or anything like that. It's just that's how his married name come to be.
And the legal name. Left nut Danglin. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the explanation there. Right wing nut. Emphasis on the nut. All right. Tell get you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. You can learn more by going to the website, tell360.com. We'll return right after this news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is awarding $10,000 bonuses to TSA officers recognized for outstanding work during the federal government shutdown.
It's for individuals who continued to show up, fulfilled their shifts, but also did other things to help through the shutdown that helped the entire team to be successful.
While visiting Tampa International Airport, she praised officers who helped screen over 3 million passengers, saying more awards could still be coming. President Trump says NVIDIA can sell older H200 AI chips to approved buyers in China while cutting off its latest Blackwell chips. The deal could boost American chip makers, jobs, and markets amid easing U.S.-China tensions. Wall Street closed lower.
At the close today, the Dow lost 215 points, the S&P 500 dropped 24 points, and the Nasdaq lost 32 points. I'm Liz Warner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online.
You'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
I saw an interesting post from Big Rig Nation this past day. I don't know. You tell me. Is it price gouging? Or is it what they call the cost of convenience? Yeah, we all know you're going to pay a whole lot more from the convenience store for regular old food items that you can get at the grocery store. It's all about the convenience, right? Are you being ripped off by the big truck stop chains? They shared the receipt, which was from November of 2025, or just a few weeks ago. And he says, this right here is why drivers are fed up. A driver had an emergency in Arvin, California. He stopped at the Travel Centers of America. He needed 1 gallon of oil, which happened to be the Rotella 5W40. It's something every truck on the road depends on. TA charged him $70.77 for 1 gallon. Let's put that into perspective, he says. The actual prices for the same oil in 1 gallon size, it runs you from $23 to $29 at Walmart. Anywhere from $28 to $36 at, say, AutoZone or O'Reilly Auto Parts. $24 to $32 at Amazon. Exact same oil. Even dealership service departments, he says, don't charge $65.99 plus tax for a single gallon. So, please explain how TA magically arrives at 2 to 3 times the national retail price. That's not a convenience markup. That's captive price gouging. They know drivers in an emergency can't shop around, and they take full advantage. And we can add to the list paid parking, $18 showers, $15 for fast food, outrageous maintenance rates, and now $70 oil. I mean, this industry survives because of truck drivers, and truck drivers out here are being nickel and dime to death at every turn. Lastly, if TA wants to talk about serving drivers, here's a good place to start. Explain how you justify charging 2 to 3 times the real price for a product every truck needs to stay on the road. Drivers deserve better. And we're done staying quiet about this. Signed off by the Big Rig Nation. I guess they've got a Facebook page and a discussion board kind of thing. Yeah, but a gallon of oil. Yeah, double, triple the price. I don't know. Are you supposed to keep an extra gallon or two on the truck in the event that you have an emergency crop up and you don't have to pay those kind of outrageous prices? At the same time, I know for drivers that stop, and most drivers have a particular chain that they frequent. You fuel up at a Love's or you'll fill up at a TA because you've got the deals and the price reductions, and then you've got your points cards. Oftentimes, of course, for everything, every time you fill up, you're getting those points. What monkey gouger here? His points were about to expire. Now that he's off the road, he actually made a special trip out to the Jimmy Artist Travel Center to use up those points, which he had several $100s in value. Do they look at it that way, that based on the points, if you use some of your points, you can get that gallon for nothing? I don't know. But everything costs you more. Obviously, at the truck stops, the travel centers, the airport's another example. The prices for food, fast food, at an airport, it's insane. All right, meanwhile, a popular portable phone charger sold online being recalled after reports that it can overheat and catch fire. According to federal officials, the recall covers about 210,000 NEU-branded lithium-ion power banks that were sold on Amazon. Yeah, this goes back a couple of years, between August of 2021 and April of 2022. According to the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the affected product is the NEU 100,000 MAH model, B1 to B41. It comes in a black or blue, features the brand logo, along with a paw print-shaped LED light on the front of it. They've had 15 reports of overheating, 11 fires confirmed thus far, and some cases resulted in minor burn injuries and property damage. They list the unit's several different serial numbers that are included in the recall. For people who bought the power banks, stop using them immediately. Go to the company's recall page, confirm the serial number, and you can get a full refund, they say. Obviously, we know lithium-ion batteries common and darn near everything these days: electronics, power tools, electric bikes. But they cause that fire risk if they're damaged or defective. The National Fire Protection Association says consumers should stop using any lithium-ion device showing signs of trouble, strange odors, swelling, excess heat, anything leaking, or unusual noises maybe when charging. Lithium-ion batteries can spark or ignite. They should not be thrown away in the household trash or recycling bins. They recommend contacting a hazardous waste disposal program for proper handling. That's become an issue around the country as well. Most people, if that darn battery won't charge for whether it's your drill, whatever, they'll just toss it into the trash. Next thing you know, the trash truck's out there, and then they've got a fire on the trash truck from being put into the compactor there. All right, word to the wise, as they say. Hello to the blind man.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I remember Paul Harvey reading a story off the wire. I forget what year it was, but the Kansas City Weather Bureau forecasted 2 inches of snow.
Mm-hmm.
They got 2 feet. The guy went out, started shoveling his walk, dropped dead from a heart attack. The wife sued the weather people and won. I don't know how much he got, but it was probably a huge sum, knowing the jury.
Really?
So, that's why when the weather people say there's going to be a severe storm, they do the worst possible scenario, so their butt is covered.
Huh.
So if they say we're going to have 2 feet of snow tomorrow night, and you only get maybe a foot or less, they got their butt covered, and they just say, well, it didn't happen. So anyway, that was that.
Somewhere down the line, a jury actually found the weather forecasters liable to some extent for improperly forecast.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why you see them giving the worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure, if they say, oh, maybe we'll get a couple of inches of snow and they get 2 feet, they won't be sued. They'll just do that. Now, I shoveled snow in my day, and I did other people's walks and driveways to help out, and I did my own driveway, even though I don't have a car. I just did it for the exercise. And, I had to take breaks, and I had to watch where I threw the snow or stuff like that. I think the most difficult was the heavy wet snow, and then it freezes overnight, when the cold sets in.
Solid as a
and
rock.
then the next day you have to cut it like a piece of cake.
Yeah.
So, there you go. I'm trying to think of something else I wanted to tell you guys. I talked to my financial advisor. I'll be going to see a doctor in January to get straightened out down there, and keeping my fingers crossed and everything. And I just wanted to say hello to the gang, Eskimo Mom, Brain Dead, Gilligan, the whole bunch. And I really enjoy the show. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. Are you picking up new stations, and have you contacted WCBM yet?
I don't actually make any sort of calls or anything in regards to that. That's Ryan is he handles the network affiliates. We're carried by Salem Broadcasting. So Salem handles, so anyone that wants to pick up the show can contact Salem Broadcasting, and that's about it.
Yeah, we have a Salem affiliate in D.C. Alexa, continue.
There you go. Your electronic girlfriend giving you fits. Blind man, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. All right, moving on back to, we talked about last evening, Pappy was discussing this, suddenly uncovering the individual that placed the pipe bombs, all the way back in January 6th. How many years ago? Yes, the years are flying by. And now they say Yeah, Joe Biden's FBI, under the then director Christopher Wray, knew this Brian Cole guy was the pipe bomber back in April of 21, but for some reason chose not to take him into custody and charge him with any crimes. This is the 30-year-old of Woodridge, Virginia, taken into custody last week, charged with use of an explosive device and attempted malicious destruction by means of explosive materials. Cole, they say, admitted to investigators that he planted pipe bombs at both the RNC and the DNC headquarters on the 5th, the night before the Capitol riot. After nearly half a decade, the FBI appeared to crack the case less than 1 year into the Trump administration. Dan Bongino said federal investigators solved the case without any new evidence having been uncovered. All this evidence was already there. And, of course, they identified this guy based on his phone pings and transaction history on his credit cards, according to the affidavit. They identified one bank checking account and 6 credit cards that were used by Cole. FBI obtained records for the checking account and 3 credit cards for the period January of 2018 to January of 21. 3 additional credit cards were obtained for the time period January of 2018 to November of this year. Yeah, the FBI reviewed the transaction history for all these accounts, they say. Of course, the January 6 Select Committee posted their pipe bomb report and compared it to the affidavit released by Patel's FBI. It was back in April of 2021. The case team identified a redacted user who was in the area of the DNC at the time. The suspect can be seen on video footage using their phone. The FBI requested and received the historical cell tower data for that user, and as of April 21, the case team was attempting to further analyze the user's movements. It's ultimately not clear what happened with respect to that particular lead. This is the January 6th Committee pipe bomb report. Now, the affidavit released by Kash Patel's FBI revealing Biden's FBI had to have known Brian Cole was the pipe bomb suspect. Provider records show the Cole cell phone connected with provider cell phone towers consistent with the Cole cell phone being in the area of both the RNC and the DNC on January 2nd of 2021. That cell phone engaged in approximately 7 data session transactions with provider towers between 7:39 p.m. and 8:24 p.m. Provider's historical cell site data shows the specific tower for each of the transactions, along with the sector of the tower that engaged in the transaction. Cole's family, I guess, has now spoke, and it kind of shoots down the Democrats' narrative that this individual was a Trump supporter who was angry about the election being stolen. Cole's family said he's basically an autistic recluse. He's a computer nerd who lived in the basement of his parents' Woodbridge, Virginia home. Brian Cole's grandmother tells the Daily Mail that her grandson has no party affiliation and he is not a Trump supporter. Either way, he made his first appearance in court before a magistrate judge in D.C. last Friday. And I'm trying to recall, December 15 maybe jumps out in my mind as maybe the next date for any sort of court appearance. But that is, it is a bizarre story, as they say. 844-844-3388.
Did Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I guess I could have asked Vic about this earlier, seeing as he's a Hoosier. But redistricting, been a lot of that in the news. The Supreme Court actually siding with the state of Texas, allowing them to proceed with their redistricting map that supposedly will add like 5 Republicans to the House. State legislators in the state of Indiana have advanced a proposal to redraw that state's congressional boundaries yesterday. It is not clear if it has the support to become law in a final vote later this week. Even after months of pressure from President Trump. The legislation was designed, they say, to favor Republican candidates in next year's midterms. Republicans control the state Senate, but many have been hesitant or even openly opposed to the idea of mid-decade redistricting. Several have threatened over their stance or refusal to actually declare support of this. The panel voted 6-3 to advance the measure, I guess, with 1 Republican and 2 Democrats opposing it. Final vote for the whole chamber expected sometime maybe on Thursday of this week, and it could test the president's typically iron grip on the Republican Party. But during committee debate Monday night, State Senator Greg Walker, an Indiana Republican who's against redistricting and voted against it in committee, spoke about multiple threats made against him. About a dozen Indiana lawmakers have received threats in recent weeks as the legislature has been debating this. Now, Walker proclaims, "I refuse to be intimidated. I fear for all states if we allow intimidation and threats to become the norm." Yeah, the map, which was introduced just last Monday, a week ago yesterday, and passed by the supermajority in the State House Friday, would, I guess, split the city of Indianapolis into 4 districts distributed across other Republican-leaning areas. It also groups the cities of East Chicago and Gary with a broad rural region. Yeah, the contours would eliminate the district of Indiana's 2 Democrat congressional representatives. Longtime Representative Andre Carson of Indianapolis, the state's only black member of the Congress, and Representative Frank Mervyn, who represents Northwest Indiana near Chicago there. Currently, Republicans hold 7 of the state's 9 districts in the state of Indiana. And with that, we'll get a news break. Final hour ahead. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is awarding $10,000 bonuses to TSA officers recognized for outstanding work during the federal government shutdown.
It's for individuals who continued to show up, fulfilled their shifts, but also did other things to help through the shutdown that helped the entire team to be successful.
While visiting Tampa International Airport, she praised officers who helped screen over 3 million passengers, saying more awards could still be coming. Former Trump lawyer Alina Habba is stepping down as the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey.
Habba's decision comes after a court ruled she was serving in the position illegally. In a statement, Habba said she has decided to resign to, quote, protect the stability and integrity of the office, which I love. She added as she awaits further review of the ruling, she'll continue to serve as the senior advisor to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Habba was named interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey earlier this year. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
A controversial surveillance company in Texas is facing scrutiny.
There are accusations that Flock has been installing and operating license plate reading cameras on private properties without a license, allowing police to track people's movements without their knowledge.
Does a automatic license plate reader constitute as illegal search and seizure? In my opinion, yes.
DJ Seeger, who sits on the DPS or Department of Public Safety Private Security Advisory Committee, says that data could also be sold on the open market. Records show Flock has regained its license, but a number of cities are distancing themselves from the company. I'm Michael Kastner.
President Trump says NVIDIA can sell older H200 AI chips to approved buyers in China while cutting off its latest Blackwell chips. Intel, AMD, and others get limited sales with a 25% U.S. fee. The deal could boost American chip makers, jobs, and markets amid easing U.S.-China tensions. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
What they've done is put America right back on the right course.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott is calling for an investigation into schools that block chapters of the conservative group Turning Point USA.
They've helped to restore moral clarity, restore constitutional principles.
He urges reporting such schools to the Texas Education Agency and warns that any confirmed political bias could lead to disciplinary action. Luigi Mangione appeared in Manhattan court today as prosecutors showed body camera footage of a loaded magazine found in his backpack.
I have a customer here that some other customers were suspicious of, that he looks like the CEO shooter.
Charged with murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson back in December of last year, Mangione's lawyers are challenging the evidence and his statements, citing Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections. The California Department of Health has issued an urgent advisory to avoid eating wild mushrooms.
Public health officials have reported an outbreak of amatoxin poisoning caused by consuming wild foraged mushrooms. Amatoxins are highly toxic and can lead to severe liver damage or death. Toxic mushrooms, such as the death cap, can easily be mistaken for the safe and edible type. Symptoms include diarrhea, nausea, and abdominal pain. 21 cases have been identified by the California Poison Control System, with significant clusters reported in the Monterey and San Francisco Bay areas, although the risk is statewide. I'm Sharon Reardon.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
One of the largest classes in the NTPA is our next spotlight, and the battle for second was much closer than the battle for the title. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter with the NTPA Overnight Report. A total of 40 trucks pulled during the 2025 Grand National events for the Superstock diesel trucks, and Shane Kellogg jumped out to an early lead in the points. With 12 pulls on the 2025 schedule, Mother Nature decided to shorten it to a 10-pull schedule after raining out Fort Recovery. Shane started the season in his truck he calls Trump with a win in the first hook of the year at Hutchinson, and a second on the next night. That had him on top of the points leaving the first weekend of the season. With Shane making 11 pulls in 2025, he had a very dominating year, claiming the crown by 29 points, which is very impressive, with only 10 events awarding points. As mentioned, he took a first and second in Hutchinson, then he went to Farley, which was not a points hook, but he took 15th, then off to Toma with 2 solid hooks. A 4th and an 8th moved him to second in the points, leaving the second points weekend of the season. Then came Rockwell, and it proved to be a little bit of a tougher track after the rain earlier in the week. Shane managed a 6th on the first night and a 2nd on the second night of pulling. That put him back on top of the points, where he stayed the rest of the year. After Rockwell, there was only 4 hooks remaining on the calendar, and Shane made the most of them, getting a 2nd and 8th in Pulltown, then a win in Sandwich, Illinois, and a win to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off gave Shane the title. Actually, Shane basically had the title locked up after the win in Sandwich. As long as he got a measurable distance at the Enderley Pull-Off, he was the champ. Coming in second in the 2025 season was Craig Dickey in the Cummins Killer 3. In third, Marshall DeBrew in his 2015 Chevy he calls Flammable. Fourth was Jeremy Yeager in his truck he calls Trencher. In fifth, Corey Funk with the Funkin' Groovin'. Coming in sixth in the points was Ryan Funk with his 93 Dodge he calls Funkin' Movin'. Holding down seventh was the 2008 Ford of Nick and Don Gillette they call Top Shelf. In 8th was Van Hazley and his grandson Trip Hazley with the 97 Ram he calls Rock Hard Ram. In the 9th spot, Ted Dugan in his Chevy he calls Angry Shine. And rounding out the top 10 was Todd Dugan's second truck he calls Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray. Now you can keep up to date with everything going on in the world of truck and tractor pulling by just surfing over to ntpapoll.com. See the 2026 schedule, all the competitors, the results, and everything else you could possibly imagine. It's only a click away. ntpapoll.com. And now with the holidays here, it is the time to stop by shopntpa.com. You can get the pulling fan in your life the perfect shirt, hoodie, or collectible this holiday season. Get them before they're gone and in plenty of time for the holidays by ordering now. shopntpa.com. Don't forget to keep up with NTPA Championship Pulling every Wednesday at 8 o'clock only on RFD TV. That's 8 o'clock Eastern Time. For the NTPA Overnight Report, I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Thank you much, Greg, as we get that final hour underway on Tuesday. Well, good morning to Daniel checking in. Said, I get so sick of other drivers saying, well, the broker's getting 30, 40%. Yeah, a brokerage is a business. Yeah, they're in business to make money just like a trucking company. It's not the broker's fault. I guess if the owner-operators are willing to take it. Yeah, well, that goes back to the old adage of say no to cheap freight. Just say no. All right, who else on board? Good morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. Had another inch of snow here this past morning in Wisconsin. But it's definitely a little warmer than yesterday. Everybody have a great day. Hello to 3 Fat Truckers. Morning, Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive gang. Have a wonderful Tuesday. All right, thank you. And in regards, I was talking about the price gouging thing. Is it price gouging? Is it convenience? Which Daniel also responded. He said, you got to be stupid to buy oil at that kind of a price. Yes, I carry 2-3 extra gallons of oil in the truck. I carry 4 gallons of antifreeze in the truck, and I'm not going to spend money like that, especially when there's certain Walmarts that you can get it for $17 to $23. But that's the problem. You've got a lot of drivers that they're company drivers. They don't care. It's not their money. I'm thinking that same driver's going to be whining because they don't get a pay raise. Okay. Appreciate the feedback there. Let's see what the 2-time world champion Bull Hauler has on his mind. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing all right. How's your week starting out? Back on the road.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had to wait a little bit later than we wanted to down there in Galax, Virginia today because they had to dig out from the snow, but we're over here almost Springfield, Missouri now, hammered down and headed that way, and got pretty decent weather over here. So, been a good trip. Hey, I heard you. I had stopped to get fuel, and I heard you a little bit ago talking about what these truck stops charge. And I used to run. I spent years running from the Midwest out to the West Coast with. I'd haul hogs out and cattle and sheep back, and I went to Wells, Nevada quite a bit. And they had Loves out there. They had just built it, and I didn't go in those back then a lot because we pretty much had fuel accounts with all the TAs, Petros. There was plenty of them out there. But I remember I stopped there in Wells at that Loves, and I needed one of these Zebra style. Brand is named Zebra. They're little pins that were real good for doing log flips with because they had a real small point on them. And they were out on the driver's side at the Loves. And so I went to the restroom and I noticed that they had the same type of shelf over on the side where the cars came in from buying gas. And they had the same kind of setup. So I went over there and looked, and they had some of those Zebra pins hanging there. And Steve, they were $2.05 cheaper across the store than they were over on the side where the drivers come in. So I went back over there and I looked at some of the other items that they had, and I went back over and compared it. And everything on that side, this is just simply walking across the store, everything on that side where they bought gas at was $1 to $2 cheaper for those kind of items than it was on the side where the drivers were.
Wow. So
I'll never forget that. And I went got a manager and asked him about it, and he said it must have been a pricing error or something, you know. And but I do know this. I had a nephew that worked in a truck stop up in Iowa for quite a long time there, and he's with TA Petro, and then when they sold out, he's doing something different now, but. They always did everything with the idea that drivers are only going to put so much effort into going somewhere to get something, and that was part of the mindset that they taught them to have when they were putting things up or pricing things or doing things like that. So they've already got that kind of have that mindset in place, and I told them about the way it was with that Loves there, you know. And, you know, if you've been in a Loves, you walk right in where you buy the fuel, and you're looking basically right across where you go out across the store to go to the gas pumps. And I never forget that. They had everything $1 to $2 cheaper on the other side of the store, basically about 45 feet away.
Very interesting. So it is almost like they've got the captive audience on the truck driver's side, and I guess they figure you'll pay whatever you have to pay, right?
Well, I'll tell you this, and this may not be related to it, but we haul sows down to Kodak, Tennessee. We weigh our trucks out there in Strawberry Plains, which is on the east side. It's a Love's or a Pilot. It's on the east side of Knoxville down there, exit 398. And I spend a lot of time there, and the Pilot will send their executives down there for training because it's right in that region. And I was talking to one of the guys one day, Steve, and he pointed out to the where all the trucks parked, and it was packed out there. And he said that he said all those trucks out there basically have one person in them. He said, we design these Pilots to cater to people in cars in areas like this because you're going to get more people on a daily basis, hour to hour, coming in cars than you are these other drivers here. Because I was asking them, they were asking what they should change in that. And I said, well, you guys need to get rid of the fast food and all that. Part of the reason that they have fast foods in a lot of these Pilot engaged because of the drivers. And, they're always on the go, or at least that's what he told me. But that was the mindset they had, was that those Pilots in that Knoxville area were designed more as a convenience store than they were an actual truck stop.
Which I don't find that surprising for some reason. Because for the truck drivers that are parked out there, in many cases you're going to be there for hours. They're taking a break. They're taking a 10-hour, whatever the case is going to be. They may go in. They're going to go in one time in the 10 hours. Over a 10-hour period, hundreds of patrons in the automobiles just rolling down the interstate are going to go through those doors, use the restroom, probably buy some fast food, hit the highway again after filling up the car. All right, that's an interesting concept, though. But the higher prices. Anybody else ever checked that out? You go from one side to the other, and I didn't realize there was actually some of the same stuff on separate sides of the store. I didn't realize that. Hello to Bill this morning. 19 degrees, feels like 9. It's snowing with whiteout conditions here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Drivers, be safe out there. I guess that was a couple hours ago, a little after in the 2 a.m. Eastern Time hour. Bill out there in the snow coming down. And you got the winter weather advisories and the high wind warnings as well. The winds are going to be whipping out there. 18 past the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, I believe on our Monday morning program, we gave you the details where the 42nd annual Goodyear Highway Hero program's taking nominations now, I believe, through the end of January. We also have what is known as the Highway Angel program that recognizes professional truck drivers for exemplary courtesy and courage on the roadways. This is a program of the Truckload Carriers Association since 1997. They've selected more than 1,250 truckers as Highway Angel recipients. They say one of the most meaningful parts of the program is hearing direct from our members about the incredible things the drivers do when no one's watching. We have finalists for this year that embody the courage and compassion that defines our industry. So right now they've got open voting available for the public for this year's Highway Angel of the Year. There are 5 finalists recently announced by the TCA. That field of 5 will be narrowed down to a top 3 that will be honored during the 2026 annual conference coming up February 28th through March 3rd in Orlando. One finalist, Deshaun Moy, while delivering a load in Alabama, came across a multi-vehicle crash on I-65. I could hear the ladies screaming, he said. Stopped the truck, called 911, rushed to the scene. A baby was sitting outside one vehicle, uninjured, as was the driver of an 18-wheeler. But as he approached a car engulfed in smoke, he found an individual with critical injuries. I instantly grabbed the first piece of cloth I saw in the car. Her femur bone was actually sticking out of her leg. Scary situation. I spent nearly an hour with the woman before emergency personnel arrived. He said it had to be by the grace of God that lady was still alive. And I guess sometimes things happen. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, right? Can you imagine being on the side of the road after a serious accident and having to wait that kind of time for emergency responders to get there? Amity Cataldo in the early morning near Amarillo, Texas. A driver for Boyle Transportation witnessed a truck overturn right in front of her. Stopping her truck, turned on the hazard lights to warn approaching traffic, approached the crashed vehicle to find the driver disoriented and bleeding. The driver was out of the truck, but really confused, she said. He was really cut up, bleeding on his arms and his knuckles. Staying with the driver until emergency responders arrived. What I did was Well, what I would hope any other driver would do, she says. Third finalist, Kevin Olson, driver for Trueline Corporation, was behind a motorcyclist in Garden City, Utah, when the cyclist lost control, crashed on the roadway. I came to a stop, went to assess the situation. He was having trouble breathing, stayed with the victim until paramedics arrived, ensuring he was safe from traffic. He said he also rides a motorcycle, felt like that could have happened to him. My responsibility to make sure he was taken care of. Terry Waldy stopped to assist after a hit and run in Saskatchewan, Canada. Driving for Cersei Trucking Limited, came upon debris in the road and upon stopping realized it was a cyclist. Another truck driver stopped and called 911 while I tended to the guy to make sure he was still alive, informing paramedics of the cyclist's injuries, which included several broken bones, then helping to direct traffic around the crash scene for several hours, stating that's the way I was taught. We help each other. And last finalist, Heather Barkay. While approaching a Nussbaum transportation terminal in Illinois, stopped to check on a driver involved in a rollover crash. I stopped on the side of the road because no one else had stopped. Barkley wrote to Nussbaum, where she's also a driver. The truck was smoking when I got there, and you could smell the fuel. I was able to break the window of the truck with the flashlight to help get the driver out. I'm just glad he was okay, but well, there you go. Assisting others out there on the highways and byways. Your 5 Highway Angel finalists for 2025. Good luck. All right. Meanwhile, the FMCSA kicking off what they're calling the soft launch of their new registration system. MOTUS, M-O-T-U-S. MOTUS is underway. No action is required from motor carriers at this time. Instead, the initial phase, which went live this past day, is limited to transportation service providers, BOC3 filers, and financial responsibility filers. These entities right now have limited access to the system to create their user and business profiles. That'll allow them to prepare to support registrants when the system opens for everyone in 2026. Starting next year, it's going to be open to all users, including motor carriers. They say it's going to provide additional instructions about how to access and use the system as the new year approaches. The FMCSA says the goal is to streamline processes, enhance fraud prevention, and provide a more intuitive, user-friendly experience for supporting companies, carriers, brokers, and other registrants. When it launches for all users, it will not include the introduction of safety registration, the elimination of docket numbers, or changes to the BOC3 form filing process, according to the FMCSA's website. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is awarding $10,000 bonuses to TSA officers recognized for outstanding work during the federal government shutdown.
It's for individuals who continued to show up, fulfilled their shifts, but also did other things to help through the shutdown that helped the entire team to be successful.
While visiting Tampa International Airport, she praised officers who helped screen over 3 million passengers, saying more awards could still be coming. President Trump says NVIDIA can sell older H200 AI chips to approved buyers in China while cutting off its latest Blackwell chips. The deal could boost American chip makers, jobs, and markets amid easing U.S.-China tensions. Wall Street closed lower.
At the close today, the Dow lost 215 points, the S&P 500 dropped 24 points, and the NASDAQ lost 32 points. I'm Liz Warner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you much. Back at it here. Artificial intelligence everywhere you turn. Via trucking headlines, AI is making it easier for organized crime to intercept cargo through trucking load boards. according to new data. Data recently released by CargoNet shows the criminal groups have turned to online methods, many that use artificial intelligence to steal cargo, rather than trying to swipe the goods from parked trailers. The criminals have identified that the weak point between A and B is in transportation, right? So instead of putting yourself in harm's way by going to a depot or a distribution center, why not capture it in transit? This year, the U.S. has seen $318 million in losses from stolen goods. Average value of stolen shipments at $278,000 plus dollars. But instead of heading to truck stops and distribution centers, thieves are now utilizing the likes of malware on online load boards to intercept freight. The criminals use the load boards to determine which loads they want to target and post as legitimate truckers or trucking companies. They started using the internet to commit acts of fraud versus just straight up traditional theft of stealing the truck at a truck stop or a rest area. That's when fraud really started taking off. You can find a load, or a driver and a company can find a load to move their equipment. That's where the big problem comes in. We don't know who we're talking to on the other end, and I wouldn't even say phone line, but the other end of the computer network. Many of these load boards now use artificial intelligence to screen drivers and trucking companies to determine if they're legitimate. And fooling AI into believing they are legitimate is easier than fooling actual humans, believe it or not. The vetting process has almost gone out the window. So you think about that. Who's vetting this truck? Who's making sure it's the right truck or the right driver? Nobody. Some criminals even use fake identification and paperwork to intercept a load. Almost all the cargo stolen through virtual means ends up overseas, where it can be sold freely without much risk of being found out. We've tracked these groups to 40-plus different countries. The bad guys have set up a supply chain that's somewhat legitimate overseas. When they get across the ocean with these goods, they're not stolen anymore. There's no tracking. They can move them around their country and around the world with no hesitation. Right now, researchers and law enforcement say they're focused on simply identifying the habits of these criminal groups, with very few actively making any arrests for those crimes. I guess it's kind of like the wild, wild west out there, right? Well, good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God and good morning, Steve. And I hope I'm not being all crackly on your end. I know I called and I heard a bunch of crackling on my blue parrot. I know when Brother Lauren was calling, he had a bunch of crackling. So hopefully we're coming in to you loud, proud, and clear, my man.
You're loud and clear.
God.
I'm not sure what the issue was here. Yeah, but Lauren had a lot of crackling on the line. I don't know if that was his headset or what the heck was going on there, but yeah, you're loud and clear.
Or maybe he was rummaging through a box of Cracker Jacks, making all that noise, trying to find a better CDL, you know? I love you, Brother Lauren. Well, praise God, man. We're happy to be on the air with you. Man, we're coming to you right now tonight from Enterprise, Alabama. That's up the road from Enterprise is Fort Rucker. So shout out to all our servicemen and women stationed at Fort Rucker and all over the United States. If you're listening to us tonight, whether you're listening to us up there in the High Plains Desert of Ely, Nevada, all the way down to the Fresno River of San Antonio, all the way to the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Man, we are honored to be on with you tonight. And Steve, my condolences to your family. I know this was a tough loss. losing Uncle Fred. And, I feel real bad for you, not only you, but your mother. My wife is in a similar situation. I know that your mother and her brother were very close. And, that relationship between your mother and her brother is like the relationship between my wife and her brother Norman, who we just buried. We had a service this past Saturday for. They just weren't brother and sister. They were the best of friends. And so I've been in this family for 22 years, and there isn't a day that went by where them two didn't talk. So my condolences to your family, especially your mother, because I know this is a tough loss. And I know what you're going through. I'm going through it right now with my beautiful wife, Lady Rambler. So, but hopefully everything's going to be all right. And I hate this happens around the Christmas season. Poor old Norman, God bless him. He knew he was going to die. Yeah, he knew it. Even the doctor 3 or 4 days in advance said he may better go on hospice. And he was just trying to hold. He was like, I know I'm going to die. I just don't want to die around Christmas. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And we all have a number. Mm-hmm. And when it's called, you better be ready. You better make sure your heart's in the right place. And the right place is knowing Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. But on to more important things, also Saturday, Alabama, Roll Tide Roll, have been going like a fine-tuned clock, and it's, clock tends to slow down. Well, our clock needed to be cleaned, and the Georgia Bulldogs definitely did that. So congratulations to the Georgia Bulldogs on being the 2025 Southeastern Conference champions. They definitely deserve it. But we also, and I've got a lot of controversy over this, and I've got a lot of haters out there that says Alabama does not deserve to be in the playoffs. I beg to differ. How many teams have went and beat 4 to 5 ranked teams in the regular season? I'll wait and hear you out. Because Alabama did that, and we deserve to be in there. I'm sorry, no Notre Dame didn't make it, and they, just like they bit into a green persimmon, got the old pooch mouth there, and don't want to go to a bowl game, along with the FSU Criminals and BYU and Baylor and the other ones just don't want to go to a bowl game. That just tells me maybe the bowl system is finally broken. But I tell you what I think is they're doing, Steve. I think they're by the other teams refusing to go to a bowl game, they're trying to push the system to a 16-game playoff. And I think that's what they're doing to try and protest this. So I don't think we need 16 games. I think 12 is enough. I am happy that the Sun Belt Conference is being represented because I'm a South Alabama Jaguars fan, and they're in the South. They're in the Sun Belt. I'm happy that Tulane is being represented. I'm happy that Miss Gilligan is his other team because he won't say right now that West Virginia is his favorite team. He's going by the I guess it's the JSU, whatever it is, the Dukes, and they're being represented. But hey, we get a rematch against Oklahoma, and for some reason they got Alabama favored by 11, and I don't see how that's possible when we're really just beaten up. So, but hey, December 19th is when we play, so let the better team win. If Oklahoma beats us 3 times in a row, then they may be shouting for DeBoer's head, but we will wait and see. But hey, you know what? With all these other teams not wanting to go to a bowl game, that does open up the door for a 4-8 team like West Virginia, Cincinnati, and the other schools to be able to go and represent their fan base in a bowl game. And whether you like it or not, God's children, yeah, football is a grind, but it's also entertainment also. Just like pro wrestling, It's entertainment. and they're getting out there, hitting pads, knocking the quarterback down for our entertainment. So let's just let the better team win. And like we always pray every Saturday, we always pray for our team. But number one thing we pray for is that nobody gets hurt. Because, man, that's one thing we don't want to see is we don't want to see no one get hurt on either side of the football. Other than that, we did have a memorial service for my brother-in-law, Norman. God rest his soul. We had a 15-gun salute. And it was very, very touching. And it has been just nasty, nasty weather along the Gulf Coast. I mean, it has rained for 4 days straight. But during the playing of Chaps, the rain stopped and the clouds opened and a little gray of sunshine shined through right as the trumpeter was playing Taps. So we thank you for all your prayers for Steve's family. I thank you for all the prayers for our family. I also thank everyone for coming and visiting us over here at Determined Ministries Church. We are doing a sermon series called Gifts of the Holy Spirit, and this past Sunday we touched on the gift of prophecy and the gift of discernment of spirits. So go back, listen to us, watch us, leave us a kind comment and a good review. We'd like to hear from you, and we just love the Lord. We're not doing this to try and win a popularity contest, Steve. I'm just doing this because God's called me to do it, and I want to tell as many people as I can before God calls me home that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, that no man comes to the Father but by him. There's no other way you're going to make it to heaven only through Jesus Christ, and I'll argue that to the day I die, that he is the only way you're going to make heaven your forever home. Other than that, Steve, that's about all I have. Before I leave, I got to give a little shout-out to this wonderful website called overnightdriveradio.com. You see, Steve, right now we're in the Christmas season, and time is running short.
Yes.
If you're going to order stocking stuffers or something for your spouse or your child or even yourself, even your dog. Now, what do you say? Why do I want to order something for my dog? Well, we want you to always respect the Steve Sommers gear, his cap. We want you to respect the T-shirt. But, a dog needs a good shirt, too. Maybe a dog needs a little shirt to put over the doggy bed they can lay down on. Man, I couldn't think of a better place, a better thing to go to than to buy a shirt for your dog bed or to put on your dog and take a picture and post it on Steve Sommers' fan page. You can find all that on overnightdriveradio.com. When you lay out your stockings, think about the fan in your neck of the woods of one of the top-ranked overnight drive podcasts around and radio shows around. Go to overnightdriveradio.com to get all your stocking stuffers, and you can find everything right there. All the prices are right there, and time is running out. Time is running out. If you're going to order, you need to order. I'm guessing by the 17th of December should be the cutoff if you want to get it by Christmas Eve. And that's really cutting it short, Steve. So overnightdriveradio.com. Go by there. Get your Steve Sommer gifts for your dog. Get it for your beautiful wife, your husband, whatever you want to. Even mention Left Nut Dang Lee.
Oh, boy.
Wow. I did not know that Right Wing Nut had a brother that was a communist left-winger named Left Nut Dang Lee. Okay, Dangley. Gotcha. All right. Well, that about does it, God's children. Thank you so much for listening to Steve Sommers' The Overnight Drive and putting up with us for 5 hours. We appreciate all that you do out there, whether you're a driver or non-driver. Please, if you go and you download the app, please leave a 5-star and a nice review. Let us know how you like the show, and if you have any improvements or how the show can improve, let our web guy know. Steve will tell you his name. Ryan, right? Ain't that his name?
That is correct. Ryan Wild.
That's right. So, But right now the show's doing pretty good, and we love you, God's children. I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And hey, how about those Cheatigans, known as Michigan? They got beat by Ohio State. Anyways, we love you. God bless. We'll talk to you later. Bye now.
Always got to get that last little dig in on Go Blue. All right, sorry, Captain Ron. As far as he mentioned the 16-team playoff. Yeah. So I guess time is actually rapidly running out for that to come to fruition as well. What do we have? A January 23rd deadline if they're going to implement any changes for next season. 16-team college football playoff, the proposed expansion, with discussions happening for maybe next year, the 26th season. Yeah. So what's the proposal? For the 16-team format, automatic qualifiers, 5 conference champions, like SEC, Big Ten, ACC, Big 12, G5, 11 at-large bids, allowing more top teams in, buys for the top seeds, likely 1 and 2 get first-round buys, first-round higher seeds, host lower seeds, 16 versus 13, 15 versus 14. Why? Why this proposal? Brings in, they say, more deserving teams that narrowly miss the 12-team cut. Reduces politics by including more champions and high-ranked teams, and trying to address controversies aimed to prevent debates like Notre Dame being left out over teams like Miami with Sunday just occurred. There you go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, of course, in the case of college football playoffs, I can see why Notre Dame is kind of PO'd. I mean, in the rankings, they're in the top 12. Actually, the final rankings, they were at number 11. BYU at number 12. But then, you go on down. You've got, of course, Tulane that finished off the season 11-2 as well. James Madison at 12-1. But they're up at 24th in the rankings, but they made the playoffs. So the controversy happens every year, right? Year after year. It's all the strength of schedule stuff and all that. All right, just about out of time here, so won't have an opportunity to get to, I think, going to have to miss a follow-up from Eagle. Vic had some comments. But just enough time to mention it is now illegal to boot commercial vehicles in North Carolina under the Commercial Vehicle and Cargo Protection Act. This started a week ago yesterday. After years of WBTV investigations into booting and towing practices, booting commercial motor vehicles for parking enforcement is now a Class 2 misdemeanor, apparently. Tow truck companies, the tow tractor trailers will also be required to return any commercial cargo that is towed. Right up until the law took effect, truckers and small businesses were contacting WBTV claiming they were being charged thousands of dollars to remove boots being placed by these tow truckers. Employees at for Carolina sites say they were doing road work in front of a new apartment complex. They had pulled into an empty gravel parking lot. They were blocking traffic while finishing construction, wanted to use the lot briefly to load equipment and clear the road. He said, I sent my driver over there for a minute, and almost immediately, someone's out there putting a boot on the dart. $6,000 they were charged to remove the boot. So that's that predatory stuff. Now illegal in North Carolina. Have a wonderful Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. Hope you'll come back and join us once again for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.